and the Palais of the Southern France region, drinking rosé, hanging out with all of you, talking about the biggest topics in the industry. Unfortunately, we are not in the south of France right now. However, hopefully soon we'll all be able to get together, and next year we'll be there with you guys. But that said, we are thrilled to have you here today. We are really excited for day 2 of our program. We have an amazing group of speakers joining in today from Kellogg's, HBO Max, Cadillac, Hershey's, RBI, PepsiCo, Northwell Health, Panera Bread, and many, many more. This is a fantastic group of senior industry leaders, CMOs at major brands who are going to talk through some of the biggest topics facing them and the marketing and media and advertising business today. But before we kick off our program, we have a quick sizzle reel to play for you. So let's tee that up. We are thrilled to have you joining us for our latest and greatest marquee event, the Brand Innovators 2021 Media Buying Summit.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get started.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited about this show. All right, so I'm back.
I have 2 dogs too, so they might want to join the party later.
We have a truly fantastic program planned for you with what I would say is an epic group of speakers, senior media buyers, and marketing leadership from some of the world's biggest brands.
We looked at media more holistically than ever. Consumers don't necessarily know the difference between a paid side of the house versus an influencer, creative versus organic. To them, it all looks like your brand, it's your advertising.
It's another thing when you have a brand that's 50 years old that people think of as a brick and mortar retailer, and you've got to figure out how you're going to tell a story to get them to rethink and create a moment of reconsideration for your brand.
So again, how do we use data? We looked at regionally, where do we have inventory? Because for a while, we stopped making cars and we started making ventilators and masks. First of all, there was a lot of people who really wanted cars because it's your own personal space. Spending really went way back up. And so like at the end of the year, we were back at like our normal budget levels and launching the Escalade.
What we decided that we were going to define content commerce as shortening the distance between inspiration and purchase. It does away with that kind of multi-step, lengthier sequence of product searching, researching. And I think what's really interesting about this space is that these kind of micro moments of discovery are happening more and more in your social feed and through short form video that you're interacting with.
There's just too much now, too much clutter. And we've gone from 30-second ads to now 15-second ads and 6-second ads. So I feel like that is an opportunity for us to reset the balance here. And I feel like that's a huge opportunity and to create, I think, a much better ad experience.
I will always recommend that you want to have the people who work on your business to be as close to dedicated on your business as you possibly can. If you know that they're working for you, then their priorities aren't split.
Being on the streets, connecting with our consumers is critical. So we have a division structure that enables and empowers our local teams to make decisions based on what is right for their market.
Like many other brands, we just had to adapt to make sure that we're meeting customer needs, as well as their changing media consumption habits, right? So fortunately for us, last year, our various creative agencies and media agencies and partners were just very accommodating as we were trying to navigate those challenges.
I think 2021 will be a very interesting year as we all kind of learn and understand the new dynamics at play and how they impact all of our respective businesses.
All right, that was one of my favorite events from earlier this year, our big media buying summit, where we dove into all things media with a fantastic group of leaders from that piece of the puzzle of our industry. But with that, we are going to kick off today's program. We have a wonderful session that I'm really excited for to kick off the day. We have Charisse Hughes, Senior Vice President and Global CMO at the Kellogg Company. We first connected with Charisse a number of years ago when she was running marketing over at Pandora Jewelry. So we're thrilled to have her with us today in her relatively newish role over at Kellogg's. And we have our moderator for this opening session, Karen Grinthal, the EVP of Ad Sales at Discovery. So let's give a warm Brand Innovators welcome. I know you can't hear everybody clapping virtually, but I'm going to convey that warm response because I know that they are. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, Charisse. It's a pleasure to have you joining us this morning.
Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thrilled to be here.
Fantastic. Well, again, Charisse, it's always great to see you. Karen, great to have you here. I know we want to kind of jump right into things. So, Karen, I'm going to turn the virtual stage over to you to kind of set the stage, do your introductions, then I'll come back in a little bit when it's time to wrap up.
Okay, thanks, David. Hi, Charisse. How are you today?
Hi, Karen. Doing great. Nice to see you.
Great to see you too. I was going to start with an intro of what your job is, but I think we've already had that portion of it. But you recently joined Kellogg's. Actually, you joined during the pandemic, which is quite something. So how has that been after spending most of your career? You're in the beauty industry for most of your career. So can you give us some insight as to what your job has been like walking into a virtual world and your role at Kellogg's and just what decisions came to make that change?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for that. And I am thrilled to be with you all today virtually. And it seems that that's become all of our lives. And there's certainly not easy starting at a new company, especially one that is has such a deep history and long tenured employees as Kellogg. So it's been a journey to, try and connect and get to know people. You have to be creative, as we've all been over the last year and a half. My role at Kellogg is I lead global marketing for the global growth team. And what I do is I partner with the 4 regions. I'm responsible for upskilling our marketing talent through capability building. I'm also responsible for insights and analytics, as well as global categories and brands. And so brands like Special K and Pringles and our master brand. And so you asked how I landed here. Well, fundamentally, with a mom who's an educator, a core value of mine is lifelong learning. And so after having many years in cosmetics and jewelry at Estee Lauder and Pandora, as you heard David talk about, I took the opportunity to explore something completely new and different. And where it led me was to Kellogg's, because Kellogg's has a commitment to purpose and it resonates with me. I think you all know, and we all know have felt the seismic impact of the pandemic. And if we add to that the racial reckoning that's happening in our country, there is no doubt that we've all been tested. And we've been tested in terms of our resilience, our empathy, and our adaptability. But what it meant for me personally was that it made me consider how I'm making a difference. And Kellogg is a company that has values that are aligned with mine. It's inclusive, and it's working to solve one of the world's most important issues, which is around food insecurity. And this issue is one that particularly affects underrepresented groups, which makes it deeply relevant and personal to me. And so that is how I got here.
So I think it's very important, and food insecurity is something that Discovery has worked to fight as well. And in fact, we've had a nice partnership with No Kid Hungry together. And Kellogg has done wonderful work with bringing breakfast into the schools, right?
That's right.
Over almost 10 years with No Kid Hungry. So really admire that you're doing that. Let's talk about the brands, because consumer expectations right now are for brands to stand for something, and it's never been stronger. And to your point and the purpose of Kellogg, how are you addressing just the purposeful nature of the brand and what consumers are expecting from you at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Kellogg has always been a purpose-driven organization, and we're actually celebrating our 115th anniversary this year. And if you know anything about our history, you know that we are the original plant-based company. But one of the things that we wanted to do in the last year is to evolve our vision and purpose to reinforce our key values. So our vision is all about, a good and just world where people are not just fed, but fulfilled.
And our purpose, which really speaks to my heart, is around creating better days and a value and a place at the table for everyone through our trusted food brands. Our new vision and purpose really aligns with our existing Better Days global purpose platform, what you talked about and how we partnered with Discovery. And with our Better Days platform, we're addressing these kind of interconnected issues of health, hunger relief, and climate. And the objective is to create better days for 3 billion people, as well as the planet by the end of 2030.
Wow.
So if I take a moment though, just to talk a little bit more about what it means to have a place at the table for everyone. We're really amplifying our focus on inclusion and promoting an environment where we can create accessible and affordable foods that help fuel the best in everyone, everywhere. So that's our commitment, and that is what we're living by every day.
Really impressive and important in the time that we're in. So thank you for that. You've commented about how we can't think about marketing in a silo, and we're among marketers today. But tell us how you think about this and what your rationale is for thinking about breaking down those silos.
Yeah, it's so important that this not just be one functional area's priority, and it be something that the entire organization is leaning into. So when I think about creating a seat at the table for everyone, it's not just about how we market our foods, but also ensuring that we have accessible foods and also that they're the right foods within our portfolio. And then if you marry that with creating, the right go-to-market strategy to get those products and those foods in the hands of those who not only want them, but potentially need them. So that's how we're breaking down barriers and maximizing that business opportunity. And just a bit further to that point, we're taking it a step further by combining insights and analytics with innovation, with e-commerce, to make sure that we're creating like a rich omni-channel experience. And so right foods with the right pricing, tailoring the right message, and that could be a message that's on our digital shelf or our physical shelf, to make sure that we're connecting with those diverse consumer cohorts.
Right, very parallel to what's going on in the media world as well, which is to connect to consumers however they want to see our content. So I really appreciate that. So let's zero in on the marketing piece of the equation. How are you incorporating these ideals you've spoken of within your global marketing strategies?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I mean, we are marketers and this space is evolving, but I fundamentally believe that the fundamentals or the core of what marketing is hasn't changed, but the mechanics have changed. So it's still about putting the consumer at the heart and at the center of everything we do, and then using that blend of art and science or creativity and data, however you want to frame it, to connect. And to drive that desire to recruit, reclaim, and retain consumers. So with that, however, what has happened is that the landscape in terms of consumer preference and expectations has evolved and proliferated, and in some cases fragmented even. And so what I can tell you is just a few stats and things that we're looking at in terms of consumer behavior and preferences. We know that 70% of consumers are claim that trusting a brand is more important than ever. We also know that trust is even more important for that Gen Z audience. Women are controlling or the daily shopping environment and the shopping for the household. In addition to that, our aging population is growing very rapidly. And then, of course, we've talked so much about what's happening with diverse consumers from the standpoint of ethnicity. There's a majority minority population, with 40% of the US being Black, Indigenous people of color. And in 8 of the top 10 cities, this is already the case. So this is quite the landscape when you think about trying to, gain an understanding to these different consumer groups and making sure that you're able to market to them successfully. One of the things that we're doing at Kellogg is we recently rolled out our K-way of inclusive marketing. And the reason we did that is because that landscape and that consumer cohort is proliferating. And what we want to do is equip our brand and marketing leaders to create, experience plans and brand strategies that resonate, but also really drive those business outcomes that are so important for us to be around for the next 115 years.
Absolutely. Well, I would love to hear more about how your brand is connecting with diverse audiences today.
Absolutely. We're connecting in many different ways, but at the core of it is understanding consumer behavior. For sure, cultural dynamics are kind of the wild card, and how you appeal and understand culture such that you can react and communicate in a way that's resonant. And then lastly, how we can be relevant. So just to give you a few examples, one of the things that we're doing that's been a lot of fun is reaching Gen Zers through our gaming. Our Pringles brand is on fire. It's doing exceptionally well. And one of the things that we did was we did a video game zombie. We brought a video game zombie to life in Twitch. And the live stream actually featured Frank the Zombie. That's a character in the West of Dead video game, if you're not familiar.
Not my demo.
Not your demo. Mine either, but I enjoyed it, and my son was super excited about it. We introduced a series of video spots showing Frank learning how to be more social. He actually took over some Twitter accounts, and we have seen some fantastic results from that. It's actually one of the most talked about campaigns, with about 640,000 impressions and some really strong business results, increasing our Pringles business by 25%. And add to that, we've already won some really fantastic awards, and we're actually up for an award here at CANNES as well. So looking forward to celebrating, hopefully sometime later this week.
Oh, that's exciting. So did you have a sizzle?
I would love to show you the video. I may be technically challenged, which I don't want to. Let's take an attempt.
Okay.
I'm going to take over the screen.
This is the challenge of live, right?
Because I don't even see it here.
You don't see share on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see it, so I'm going to not share it.
Okay.
So just to prevent us from.
All right. Well, maybe if you find it during this, we can look at it toward the end.
For sure.
But
yeah, so Pringles has been, performing really well for us. One of the other things that was an evolving theme and that we experienced during COVID is that many African Americans shifted their eating behaviors and habits to more functional foods. We already knew that this population over-indexed on being non-meat eaters. And our meat alternative line, Incognito, actually launched their newest innovation in chicken, which is the fastest growing meatless segment. This product, if you haven't tried it, it's in a freezer case near you. You have to, because it's a plant-based disruptor. But what we wanted to do was connect to this cohort for the launch of our chicken tenders. So our US team rolled out a really awesome pop-up food truck in collaboration with the owner of the Slutty Vegan restaurant in Atlanta. She is also a major influencer. Her name is Pinky Cole. And we made this all about the food and how to prepare it in ways that are culturally relevant to drive that trial with this consumer cohort. So really important, but it's both insight driven and leveraging culture uniquely to appeal to that audience. As marketers, we're also solving problems. The visually impaired have continued to say that food and packaging labels can be difficult to read because of the small print. So we actually did a test run of Braille packaging using Navalens technology. And we used it on our Cocoa Puffs packaging in the UK. And what we did was we had these smart codes that are readable at up to 12 times the distance of a traditional QR code. And that allowed us to deliver accessible information to the right user. And we also won an award for that in Europe with the PAC Global Leadership team there. And then lastly, sorry.
No, I just said it's so innovative.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think lastly, I'll just mention that we're reaching consumers, where they are, addressing needs that they have based upon the market and brands that are relevant. One of the things that we're doing in Africa, we launched the Kellogg's instant noodles in South Africa and Egypt. It's definitely not a product you would expect to find from us, but the eating habits are very different in terms of the types of food that they eat for breakfast. So we chose to brand this product under our master brand, which immediately established trust in our foods and reinforces the quality in a part of the world where we have tremendous growth opportunities. So with this brand, we've already seen amazing category growth that's double-digit in both South Africa and Egypt. So the key theme here is, diversity is not just about, or, being inclusive is not just about ethnicity. It's about age. It's about different consumer cohorts. And speaking to them in a way that's culturally relevant to connect with your brands and your foods or products.
Well, it's fascinating as a global brand to think about how many different iterations you could have, but using the master brand just gives you such a leg up because you're such a great legacy brand.
Absolutely.
Really wonderful. Let's talk a little bit about insights and analytics. And talk about how data has helped to inform some of the decisions you've made and some of these innovative new ideas.
Sure. I have to say that, as a marketer for almost 20 plus years, I've always loved the art and science of marketing. Like I'm a analytical person by nature. So having both sides is always been something that was a part of me as a marketer and a part of my marketing brand. So, enter the advent of full funnel marketing and being able to tie, more clearly and quantitatively tie, business results and outcomes has been like just a moment of jubilation for me as a marketer. So this is a key value and so important for us as we continue to engage our consumers. And for us, data is used end to end. We're leveraging AI and machine learning because it's all about getting that consumer targeting, personalization, but also performance and being able to attribute that performance. So we're testing, we're learning rapidly, and we're working with a host of partners to help us evolve those capabilities. We're using it in a few different ways. We're sizing opportunities and it's helping us in our innovation. So for instance, we recently partnered with a company that's able to kind of scrape the web from an ethnographic standpoint. They are mining social conversations and helping us to understand the maturity of key topics and phrases. So some are nascent, burgeoning versus, some that are really fully developed. So you get the full spectrum of that maturity curve. And what it allows us to do is really dimensionalize. So we may be able to deploy, commercial claims messaging today because we really want to tap into the immediacy of that message and the relevance of it today. All the way through to, building breakthroughs for the future so that we can, capitalize on future themes and ideas that are resonating with consumer, but are in the very, very early stages of doing so.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're also, we have a host of brands that are leveraging unique content. And we're doing that in the US. We're informing content. So, what are the content that works on a specific channel and for which specific brand? So creating that content learning, optimizing that effectiveness in real time. We did a couple of pilots with our Nutri-Grain brand in Australia. And so we've been leveraging, content and optimizing our content for effectiveness. And then, even taking it to the route to market and to the store level in Mexico, where using segmentation, identifying our customer clusters at the neighborhood level, and then being able to match that to the relevant occasions, whether it be, a breakfast occasion or, a lunch occasion or a snacking occasion, and tapping into that across that portfolio of brands and products. And we were able to, by leveraging this technology and this partner, we were able to drive an 8% improvement in our net sales. So data is at the heart of everything we do. As I mentioned, we are partnering with a host of different providers in that space. And some of it is around innovation, some of it is around media and media effectiveness, some of it is around content, but really trying to maximize how we drive both efficiency and effectiveness, but also nail the message, which is so key.
Right. I think it's so important, the confluence of data, but never letting go of the fact that brands still rule, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So tell us what advice you'd give to everyone who's watching today on how to best incorporate inclusive marketing within their organizations. Obviously, this is something that you've worked deeply with, and it's so important right now. So how can you help your fellow marketers here today?
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, our job as marketers is to build demand. It's also to build desire and to grow our brands. Brands are all about belonging. They're about connection and inspiration. And inclusive marketing sits at the heart of that. It ensures that we are delighting our consumers and welcoming them to our table. At Kellogg, we're actually rallying around 4 key strategies to drive that acceleration. So one is about leaning into authenticity and personalization. I spoke about that majority-minority group and that growth that's translating into significant purchasing power. That segment of Blacks, Asians, and Hispanics has a combined purchasing power of $4 trillion. So if brands aren't focusing here, they're overlooking some significant potential consumers. So we have to ask ourselves, who is our consumer? What motivates them? Where do they shop? Are they shopping online or offline? What media are they consuming? Are they into gaming? Are they into other social media channels, or are they more traditional? And for us, as a mass brand that is in thousands of grocery stores and high frequency stores all over the globe, that's really key. But having representation of diverse groups in the room when working through these opportunities and strategies is what is going to ultimately bring that diversity of thought. It's also really important to partner with organizations that understand and can reach those diverse cohorts. So we actually recently worked with Black Girls Run in partnership with our Special K brand. And we were able to be a part of their training program along with Lala Anthony and provide nutritional content and as well as reinforce the deliciousness and the healthiness of our Special K products. So aligning with those key partners is key. As I said, leveraging data and analytics. So getting personal means looking at audience cohorts at a granular level because we need to understand their needs. Data and analytics allow for greater personalization without a doubt. When we understand the consumer's motivation and their buying behavior, we can vary our message by audience, but it doesn't mean that we always have to. As a matter of fact, being inclusive means that you broaden the purview versus narrow it. So it's a little bit of both, and you have to consider which one is most relevant for your product or your challenge. I think it's important to be accountable. We have set definitions and established principles to qualify our media investments. We're ensuring our investments align with our values and our brand safety guardrails. We're trying to create holistic, inclusive strategies to build the business and to execute against our commitments to advance equity. And we're also moving our supplier diversity goals forward to ensure our agency partners align with our values. I think the fourth point that I'll make is that it's about adopting culture as a strategy. And we talked up front about inclusive marketing at Kellogg is bigger than a single function, and it's bigger than our agencies. It requires teams across the business to think beyond silos and work as one. And it all starts with a company's culture, advocating and understanding diverse groups of people. At Kellogg, we actually just recently launched a Chef in Resident Fellowship, which is really cool. And we hired the first of 2 Black chefs who are working alongside our global R&D team to explore the foods of Black cultures globally. This will be an opportunity for us to introduce a whole new world of food that Kellogg hasn't explored before. And actually, it's really even more personal for me because the first chef in resident is actually from my neighborhood in Chicago, in Bronzeville. So I'm super excited to welcome him to the team. I think what was also really, really meaningful for me with this initiative is that not only does it create, future opportunities for, a qualified chef in R&D, but it also extends a legacy of inclusiveness at the company and ultimately creates a competitive advantage for our food. So understanding culture and leveraging culture as a strategy is so key to that.
Do you see that as bringing in full new foods or just affecting flavor for existing foods? Or is it open to interpretation at this point?
I think it's a great point. We actually just had an amazing presentation that was mined from all over the globe with the top 10 trends in food, and it's called The Future of Food. So it's a matter of, identifying the flavors that are resonant in certain cultures and mining those and seeing if they have applicability in our current portfolio. So it could be flavors, it also could be food forms. It's appealing to consumers in different occasions. So I think it runs the gambit in terms of how we could actually leverage it for the future.
Well, it's interesting because I guess there are trends and then there are also just base flavors that might be discoverable that you wouldn't have known before. So that's fantastic.
Absolutely.
So I guess the final question I'll ask is, what challenges is Kellogg encountering when you're working to connect with these diverse audiences, and what's working well right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest challenges, I think in general, because of how some of this consideration around diversity has come to the forefront, is the discomfort that everyone feels with the subject matter, frankly. But if we think of ourselves as being empathetic human beings, and we decide that we must connect with these diverse audiences and approach it as, how do I understand and how do I garner that deep understanding? It will help us to connect more intimately. It's exhausting work for sure, but it's deeply personal as well. And we know that part of communicating more effectively with diverse cohorts is beginning to understand where they are, and also where there are biases. I mentioned earlier that we do a robust inclusive marketing training, and now we're moving to embedding those behaviors into our experience plans, into our ways of working, and into our culture. But to do that, we also must hold ourselves accountable and hold our teams accountable for continuous learning and evolution. So I think the fundamental is that it's an ongoing conversation. There is no kind of one and done, but representation is a pathway to help and making sure that you are considering those diverse groups and those diverse cohorts. I think that's the first step to the unlock. And that's how you build a business that, if you're McKinsey or other consulting firms, that's how you build a business that's going to have higher likelihood of outperformance versus your competition.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm sorry, just to say
Nope.
at Discovery, we have a Mosaic initiative, and it's all about diverse audiences and also about getting behind and in front of the camera with audiences that look much more like the consumers across the country. So totally relate to the fact that this is a project that doesn't happen as a one and done. It is a long-term conscious building that you have to do across an entire portfolio.
Yeah,
so thank you for that.
Absolutely. It's all about intent and intention and commitment.
Right.
Yeah. So great. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you want to say in that, or we can take some questions?
Yeah, I'm happy to take some questions. I think the only thing I might close with is, we are a plant-based company, and we're marketing in about 180 countries around the globe. We have 31,000 employees, and so size is fantastic and great, but it's also can be a barrier and it can be tough. So one of the things that is great about this integration with data is the personalization aspect, and being able to have personalization and have it play such a pivotal role in the future of our food. And that is what's going to allow us to accomplish and to drive that scale, but drive it in a way that connects directly with people and reinforces the personalization and the message that people are craving.
So we have a couple of questions. One question is, what's top of mind for you as a marketer as the country starts to reopen?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's top of mind for me is is making sure that we're able to continue to engage those consumer cohorts that rediscovered us during the pandemic. So you've probably read that consumers went back to cereal. They went back during the pandemic because it was safe, it was nostalgic. Parents shared it with their children as a way to community, but also because we were all sitting around the kitchen table once again together. And so we are leveraging data analytics, messaging to make sure that we continue to engage those households, but certainly that is top of mind.
So here's another question. With the way marketing and digital media evolve so rapidly, how do you hire and what do you look for as you build out your team?
Oh,
sounds like somebody wants to work at Kellogg. So
that's a great question. So I'm looking for marketers who are passionate, who are curious. And, I at the end of the day, it comes down to being an advocate and ambassador on behalf of our company and our brand. I think, you can't come out of this pandemic and not care about your value set. So finding an organization and, a brand or products that connect with you personally, I think is key. So yeah, I mean, we definitely have some openings. So
that's great. Another question, how is Kellogg identifying trends and creating new relevant foods to fit today's consumers?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that we are working with our R&D teams on innovation. And so we are discovering food trends based upon the landscape. We are mining, and scanning that social space, as I mentioned, with that ethnographic work. We're tapping into all of our R&D leads. We're also leveraging suppliers. That is a great way to be at the forefront of what's happening in food and food and flavors and culture. So I would say there's no one place that great ideas come from. So we are tapping into data. We're tapping into what we've seen work really well in our business in the past, as well as mining those professional networks and experts that can help us build that future of food.
So tapping into data, we have a question, which is, how does Kellogg collect data, and what consumer insights have you seen in the past year? I know you've just mentioned one, which was everybody's around the table and the cereal business went wild. What can you comment on this question?
Yeah, so we collect data. So we have a first party data through our Kellogg Family Rewards program, and that's in the US, where we have 33 million records of individuals and households. And that is, obviously first party proprietary data that we leverage in our marketing communication. So that's one pathway. Of course, we are also leveraging second and third party data as well. As consistently as we possibly can, we're focused on learning and understanding, what our consumers are buying, how they're shopping, looking at the competitive landscape to garner insights. And then, of course, as I mentioned, throughout this session, we are leveraging AI and machine learning and training our data to help us be more predictive, in terms of messaging and marketing and effectiveness.
Okay, here's somebody who's asking a question based, I'm sure, upon their own behavior during COVID, which is, have you considered marketing cereal as a late night snack instead of as a breakfast food?
Excellent question. And yes, we have an innovation already out there. It's called Jumbo Snacks, and you can find it in the snack aisle. So I highly recommend it. If you love Frosted Flakes or you love Fruit Loops, you should go for it.
Okay. Another interesting question. Are there any non-competitive brands that you look at for inspiration or as an example to emulate?
I mean, I think, branding is such an art that as a marketer that comes from both jewelry and cosmetics, there's no doubt that I'm thinking laterally and thinking about what learnings and insights I can apply from, everything from how I think about, the role of the brand within the consumer's life. Like, how do I build iconic brands? How do I build a portfolio of brands that are differentiated? How do I use memory structures to make sure that I am, top of mind and distinctive in a consumer's mind? So there are those kind of fundamentals of branding and brand building that I think, apply across. So because I was trained in cosmetics, I'm always looking at what's happening in beauty. I'm always looking at what's happening in jewelry. I won't ever stop because those are segments of and verticals that resonated really deeply with me and that I worked in. So
and also that connect to trends as well, right?
Absolutely, 1000%.
Oh, thank you so much, Sharice. I think we're out of time, but this was a pleasure. So enjoyed speaking with you.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Yeah, this was wonderful. So thank you both. Sharice, I wanted to say, earlier you mentioned what Pringles was doing on the gaming side. I mean, we just had one of our, every few months we do one on esports and gaming, and it is one of the hottest categories out there. So in demand from our community, because you have to a certain extent, a handful of brands that have dipped their toes in those waters and began experimenting early with those audiences and with that world, and everybody else kind of wants to jump into that now. So, kudos to being early in that world. And again, thank you so much for sharing with us. I loved hearing about, the personalization, because we hear about personalization marketing. We don't always hear about it on the product development side of things. So the way that you're kind of leveraging those insights to think about, what you're creating there. I mean, the chefs program and what you're doing internationally, just super inspiring. And we love hearing from you. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, David, for having me.
Of course. And Karen, amazing job leading this discussion. So thank you both. And we hope to have you back again soon.
All right. Thanks, David. Thanks, Sharice.
All right. Bye. We're going to keep the show rolling. We have another group of amazing speakers this morning. Well, the whole day is really, phenomenal, but we're thrilled to bring on our next group. We have Jason Mulderig, the Senior Vice President of Brand Marketing at HBO Max over at Warner Media. And then we have Alexa Levine, the U.S. Head of Entertainment at Snap. Yes, Alexa, we are going to be bringing you on and promoting you onto the virtual stage. So I see your note. Just give that a second. Jason, welcome to our virtual stage. It is a pleasure to have you here. All right, here we go. We got Jason tuning in. How you doing, Jason?
I'm good. How you doing today?
I'm good, and we have Alexa here. Welcome, Alexa. Oh, you're still on mute.
Hello, good morning or afternoon or evening in Cannes.
Yeah, right. Normally we'd be with you guys hosting our C-suite roundtables and everything in Cannes. I mentioned earlier, hopefully next year we will all return to the beaches of South France, rosé in hand, yacht rides to Monaco, all that fun stuff, secret dinners in Disney-esque coves on the bay, right? All that fun stuff. We'll be with you guys there next year. In the meantime, we're thrilled to have you here joining us on Zoom, our audience here, and our group that's tuning in on YouTube as well as we simulcast. So thank you to everybody tuning in. Jason, it's a pleasure to have you. We've heard from a number of your different colleagues and counterparts over the last few months at HBO Max about what you guys have been building, growing your audience, growing the brand. Really a fascinating category. Personally, I'm a big fan and consumer from my own media consumption habits. So I'm excited to hear. Alexa, it's great to have you joining us today. I'm going to turn the stage over to you guys, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right.
Hi, Jason. Great to see you.
You too. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. It is such a pleasure to get to sit down with you today. And before we kick off the conversation, I would just love if you could share a bit more about yourself. And it would be great if you could start talking a little bit about your career journey and specifically what drew you to HBO, and then maybe just dive into what's kept you there, because you certainly have a great and lasting career.
Yeah, it's been one long show, right? That's gone on about 20 seasons now. And that, I think, it's very much an outlier. There are very few people who are still sort of rolling with their first job. But yeah, currently I oversee brand marketing for HBO Max and HBO. That includes all like the positioning, upper funnel communications associated with driving acquisition. And I also oversee editorial and publishing for the brand social media. But over that 20 years, I've done everything sort of within marketing, and that's actually what's kept it really fresh. I've worked on the distribution side, I've worked on the product marketing side, I've worked on the sales side, worked on the content marketing side. And I think through every single one of those areas, I think what has always sort of impressed me was just the level of excellence and the craft that goes into everything we do. Certainly that extends from the programming that we have, the storied history there. There's a reason why from a storytelling standpoint, we're sort of best in class. Mm-hmm. But that commitment translates to marketing. And now to sort of be part of HBO Max, which includes tech and performance and data sciences as well, and seeing them and how they go about their job and perfecting it on a daily basis is really inspiring. And look, there's something really special about the brand. Yeah. I remember, growing up with the brand, in the 80s and sitting down on Saturday nights and not having to go to the video store to get a movie, and just, hearing that Saturday night feature presentation and just the sense of anticipation that it created, the specialness of what you were getting, is something that has always stuck with me. And now being there 20 years, I see how we continually deliver that over and over again. And it's really special to be part of.
That's so great. And I don't know if anyone from the recruiting team is using you, but they should, because just hearing about your journey is interesting. And the fact that you've been able to work on so many things, I think people are looking for that in their careers long term. So congrats to you and also to HBO for managing to make that happen. We are nearly halfway through 2021, which is crazy. And it certainly continues to be a whirlwind year for the entertainment industry. We have so much happening in streaming, gaming has taken off, we have sports betting happening, and then film has returned. What have been some of the highlights for you the last 6 months?
I think it really started at Christmas when we aired, and what we announced just prior to that, the Warner Brothers movies that would be in theaters and on HBO Max on the same day. So again, it kind of had a real sense of nostalgia and specialness for me because it reminded me of the brand promise that I sort of internalized when I was young, and now getting to deliver that to consumers over and over again on a monthly basis has been really special. So when we aired Wonder Woman 1984 on Christmas Day, and then, the month over month promise of delivering this big premiere. And then look, even throughout we've had content that has been programs that have really broken through and resonated in culture. Mayor of Easttown, of course, the Friends reunion, right? I mean, everyone watched the Friends reunion. We had Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then recently we just had Hacks. So seeing consumers come to HBO Max and also sort of embrace the content, the HBO content, and then all the new content as well, has been really rewarding. The momentum we have is it's like a speeding freight train. It's been really exciting.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, I will say, as a parent of 2 small kids, going to the movies is not a reality for me. So having that ability to watch the film
That
same
choice.
day.
And we had Tom and Jerry, and we have coming up, we have Space Jam: A New Legacy with LeBron too. So again, the family offering and being able to sit down and share that with your kids is really meaningful.
Yeah, and the merch. I saw the Nikes. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, how have you continued to help HBO and HBO Max stand out in this crowded ecosystem? Because you do have incredible IP. I mean, my Sunday nights were Mayor of Easttown. And then to decompress from that, I watched Hacks. And then I discovered Starstruck right after that, which I love, by the way. If anyone hasn't seen it, it's fantastic. So how do you stand out?
I think what we've really tried to focus on from a marketing perspective is how do you build in a holistic experience? The content's going to be great, right? We know that.
Yeah.
And people are going to talk about it, but how do you sort of amplify that, bring them together, create a meaningful, connected experience? So it really started with Wonder Woman, where we're like, well, let's do a watch party. Gal Gadot joined us, and so did Patty Jenkins. Wonder Woman premiered on Christmas. We didn't have the watch party until the next day. And we were one of the top trends on Christmas, launching Wonder Woman 84. The second day, the watch party surpassed that in social volume. And so having our fans and Patty's fans and Gal's fans and all the DC fans being able to engage on the HBO Max profile with talent deepened that emotional bond with the content that we were showing. And we've done that several times since. Mayor of Easttown, I don't know if you caught it, but we did an Instagram live with Kate Winslet, and she was in. So that was right after the finale, and I remember sitting on the couch and just looking at it, and I was like, look over at my wife, and I'm like, it's Kate Winslet, like, right now on our Instagram feed.
Yeah.
So being able to kind of bring that connection, the ability to sort of engage with talent, has been one of the ways in which we've created a more meaningful experience. And then also, it creates a ritual as well. We've created some voice skills as well with Amazon Alexa, where the lights darken, and it creates sort of this very sort of immersive experience where it's just different than watching TV. It's different than watching a normal streaming service. There's something really meaningful and memorable about it.
Yeah, and I love that you've been able to really take a twist on the traditional view of marketing, which is leading up to the premiere and then blast and then you're done, where you've been able to really continue to engage people. And that's such an important strategy as you also look to retain people. So well done on that, because I did see the Kate Winslet piece for Mayor of Easttown, and now I'm just can't wait till the next version comes out. So you've got me hooked. We have been fortunate enough here at Snap to partner with your team on a number of incredible augmented reality activations. And while some people really do believe AR is not here, it's in the future, at Snap, we know AR really is here now. And proof is in the pudding. We have 200 million people using AR every single day. How did your team get comfortable with testing AR? And then how did they get comfortable actually choosing to invest in AR?
First, I think we're all real geeks for the content. So finding new ways to connect people with that, and in some ways sample it in a way, and sort of try it on in new ways, is something that we've always been really curious about, and enjoy sort of tinkering with. AR is another form of world building for us and extending the fiction. And that allows you, again, to sort of touch and feel and experience a program in a new way. So I think there's something there's a culture of creativity amongst the marketing team. And so using AR to do that is something that, has always been part of it. I mean, when I started HBO, we were putting voice chips in print ads, and we were put lenticular, like it goes all the way back. So it's been part of the DNA of the marketing team for many, many years now. We always try to have that that piece of innovation on a marketing plan, but really to build differentiation and create some additional earned media and talk value. And that is also part of the holistic brand experience as well.
Yeah, it's fun too.
It is. I mean, like I said, we're everyone is a total geek for this and enjoys it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like we're doing it because we love it, and it's great if fans like it too.
Yeah, well, there should be an element of that, right? It keeps people happy and morale up.
Yeah.
So COVID certainly has enforced AR's importance as a bridge, as you mentioned, between the physical and digital world. And Deloitte just released a study that over half of consumers say that COVID-19 has made AR digital experiences more important to them. As the world continues to reopen, how are you and your team planning to lean into this new consumer behavior with your marketing activations?
Yeah, we've done a lot of in real life, right? Prior to the pandemic, we've made a lot of noise in the experiences that we've created. And then going into the pandemic, we had to completely pivot and find a new way to create these communal experiences. And we learned a lot, everyone, even our talent. And so now that we're coming out of it, I think we need to find a way to bring both of those worlds together and create, again, another meaningful experience that can add to the fiction, that can scale, that can provide more access. So, if you take, we're not creating this event, but just as an example, if you were to take South by Southwest World, which was really like a immersive role-playing experience, and sort of very theatrical in how you experienced it, very Sleep No More. And then you add the local lens that we did for Game of Thrones, where the dragon came down and landed on the Flatiron Building.
Yeah.
How can you combine those two experiences so you get the excitement of being together and experiencing something with someone, but then also extend it and sort of build the fiction in a way that, like, I can't really build the dragon; it would be too expensive. But the AR lenses and our ability to sort of build those worlds become really affordable.
Yeah, I love that you say that, because I think a lot of companies think investing in AR is really expensive. But to your point, if you're looking to immerse people in an experience, to do that in real life could be exorbitant from a pricing standpoint. So
some
AR
of our top,
efficient.
some of our top performing lenses and AR experiences that we've created, specifically with Snap, have reached 20 million fans, and the engagement time is anywhere between 15 seconds to 30 seconds. So that's really hard to replicate. I'd hate to see like what the CPM would be on that if an advertiser could guarantee me 30 seconds of engagement and reach 23 million of my fans. In a traditional ad market. That would be really expensive. So
it would.
Yeah,
I love that. And you mentioned the sound, the audio logo from HBO, and also mentioned community. I mean, part of the legacy of HBO has really been the ability to bring people together for a communal experience and to create a social event of all coming together when you hear that sound to watch this amazing content that you offer. As you think about developing marketing campaigns, how do you continue to create these shareable moments that enter the cultural zeitgeist and really do bring people together?
I think we do it in two ways. And it's sort of part of a internal process that we have. I think really the first is we pay very close attention to fan behavior. What are they doing natively on certain platforms? Where are they on which platforms, and what are they doing? And then, there's also just sort of this internal checklist that we go through. Has it been done before? Can we do it? Can we do it better? And those are just sort of key questions that sort of get us to like really pushing ourselves and really pushing innovation. And so whether it's watch parties or these, in real life experiences or these AR lenses, that's really sort of what drives it. I remember the Super Bowl, and I was watching the Super Bowl when we did the Game of Thrones sort of, and we killed the Bud Knight. We had seen over in sort of the final seasons of Game of Thrones, the level to which fans would go through just to watch and be part of a Game of Thrones experience. And so as we created the For the Throne experience, we're like, what's the biggest stage we can put it on? How do we make it real for everyone and the stakes real for everyone? And just really impress this piece of pop culture on everyone and create a very significant moment in conversation around it. And so that's usually how it starts. And that's usually the process at which we go through.
I love the fact that you think about what's been done and then how you can innovate on it, because a lot of, I think I've been in brainstorm sessions where it's like start from scratch, but then you just end up thinking about things that have been done. So you may as well start with what's been done and then iterate on that and
iterate off of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And I think that's the key, because you're right, because that could be a dead end in a brainstorm. It's been done before. Well, how do we do it better?
Yeah, that's great. Something I've always loved about HBO's content really is that emotional connection and the human truths that are conveyed in storytelling. And I know we talked about Mare, but I go back to Mare and it is so raw and it feels so real, which is why I think it's hard to watch. How do you approach storytelling from a marketing perspective that really helps shine light on these universal emotions and these experiences, especially when, I'm not an investigative cop living in Delco, but yet I just feel like I'm part of it. How do you make that happen in the marketing?
I think first we look at the core piece that we're marketing, right? And what's the emotional truth to that? And then you look at the storytelling canvas that's available now to a marketer is so incredibly vast. From TikTok to Snap, right? To just like 6-second ads, you name it, the things that you have at your disposal to create a campaign and storytell across all those platforms in aggregate. And still there's influencer marketing, there's tips, there's experiences, there's partnerships. We usually try to match the right platform, the right execution we don't check all the boxes at all times because it's not right for the show. I don't know if I would really want to create an in-world experience for Mayor of Easttown, right? It's a very raw subject matter. You don't, but you can partner with Wawa and you can have fun with that, right? In the Philadelphia, sort of the local woman next door sort of experience there. I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways which we go about doing it, but we usually start with what is the core emotional truth and how do we do that? For Legendary, which was a voguing competition, and sort of about dance and voguing, and then we ended up, TikTok was the perfect platform for that, for people just expressing themselves and having fun and living their truth. And I think that was one example, which is the polar opposite of Mayor of Easttown. But the fans in the audience who love voguing really responded to that and participated in that. And we had, millions upon millions participate before we even launched the show.
That's great. Yeah. I mean, engagement is a great metric to look at. So when you get people to submit their own videos, it certainly means a lot. I want to transition a little bit to talk about your career, because I do think that you have a lot of really useful tidbits to share with our viewers. In building your career at HBO, you have mentioned that you've managed to see where there's opportunities and you understand the shift in the marketing landscape. What do you see as the next frontier in marketing, looking at maybe the next 10 years?
I can tell you sort of what's intriguing us at the moment. I mean, certainly AR, AI, and personalization. And how do you sort of bring those together? Fans love to express themselves, and the technology allows us to move so far beyond just wearing the t-shirt, right? Or buying the merch. So those are the type of memorable experiences and strong emotional bonds. And how can we use technology to facilitate that? Imagine if you could walk out of your house and turn on Westworld, turn on Westeros, turn on The Matrix. That's a level of personalization and then some type of engagement with fans. I'd love to be able to do that, whether it's, small and local to start, and then, the ability to sort of expand. Everyone has a phone in their hand. You have, 200 million people on your platform. The access to that type of experience is there. It will take a little bit of time to do that. And then, AI and personalization also sort of play a role. Voice skills, again, creating those rituals, those experiences with smart homes, creating a home-like theater, reminders, and how you can engage with that content and AI experiences over the course of your day, I think is really is what we're focusing on. But again, it's about creating a holistic brand experience.
Yeah. And then you've been able to innovate and been able to test things out. How do you create a safe place to fail for your team so that everyone feels like they can do that?
I think we really have to sort of focus on what the objectives are. So, and what are you risking? So within the components of a marketing plan, there needs to be a level of innovation that is always on that plan. And if the objective is for it to always break through, then you're going to find yourself failing quite often. But if your objective is, let's test this, we're curious about it, what can we learn? Then often you're not failing. And then you just control the risk by how much you spend against that. Maybe you have 1% of your spend on it. Maybe you have 20%, depending on how confident you are in the technology and the platform, the ability, sort of your confidence to deliver an experience. So that way, when maybe it doesn't hit the way you want, at least you have that knowledge, that internal expertise to then bring to the next one. That kind of creates sort of this perpetuating cycle where you're learning and you're innovating all the time. And then look, it's rare that we actually fail. I mean, sometimes we've learned something, sometimes we break something, sometimes we don't launch it, but we know the next time. And so you're able to monetize that investment within the culture of innovation and your marketing plan, but it always needs to be a box on the plan.
Yeah, I think that's just so important. And you have created this environment where your teams feel like they can really go for something. And if it doesn't work, to your point, test and learn. Like you figure something out and then the next time you do something different. Yeah,
I think if we didn't have a safe place for them to fail, then it would promote a culture where then they're always doing the safe bet. And I actually, over time, that is riskier, especially for a brand like HBO Max.
Yeah, absolutely. We all have had experiences that help shape the way we think about work and help us to conquer new challenges. I'm curious, what are some of the lessons that you've learned throughout your career that have impacted the way you approach your work?
It's probably be curious and look for white space.
Okay.
So look, brand marketing as a discipline in the way like a CPG would approach it didn't exist at HBO. It was something that I started talking about and started building as sort of a small percentage of my job at the time. Let's say it was 5%. And then as business challenges came up, I started to have solutions for what those challenges were. And so as we've moved closer to the consumer over the number of years, I've been able to expand that discipline, hire for it, and really prove out through data and modeling the impact that it can have on the business. And now that, our audience is really every home in the US, we need to sort of pull a lot of different levers from a traditional brand marketing perspective, and of course, entertainment marketing and tech marketing and all of those disciplines. We take the best of them and put them together in our marketing. But it's really now, I mean, we're moving so fast. I really have more than I can do throughout the day, and so does the team. But it's all really exciting, and now we're sort of starting to expand into Latin America and Europe, and it's been a really exciting time.
Yeah, the expansion, I can only imagine, is just adding so much more because you have to understand those local markets. And I'm just curious, actually, how are you doing that? Are you just focused on hiring locally? Are those people kind of shedding a light within the US to help shift any creative ideas?
Yeah, we have local teams, under Johannes Larcher, and they have sort of regional GMs. But building a global brand, because look, the HBO brand is known globally, but it's not a full service in the way that we envision HBO Max D2C being. So working very closely and alongside with those regional teams to ensure that there's brand continuity and the core of the value proposition is consistent. So we are really building a global brand is really what we've been focused on.
Yeah, it's hard, but you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
You've been on so many marketing campaigns. What has been one of your favorite marketing campaigns that you've designed?
That I've designed.
Yes.
So I think it was about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, we decided to create what was really sort of a pro-social effort. We didn't even spend much money on this campaign, but we noticed that we had a lot of content, a lot of programs that talked about mental health. We're approached in a very different area, and the conversation around mental health, especially like following the death of like Philip Seymour Hoffman, and it became something that we just felt responsible for really starting to destigmatize and have a conversation around. And so we came up with a campaign called It's Okay. And it's okay to sort of to talk about it, because talking about it is its own kind of therapy. So we brought in a PhD, a doctor, and sort of, took apart some of the programs and really sort of dissected everything. And then we also just put bumpers in front of the content to point out where potentially there could be issues of mental health in our characters and the way they were written that maybe you wouldn't have noticed, right? So people would recognize, like, oh, maybe I feel that, maybe I see that, maybe I do need to talk to someone. That campaign generated over 1 billion in earned media impressions in the market. It blew up. It was the simplest thing, but something that was, again, it was really meaningful and thoughtful. And I think it really reflected the complexity. So of course, like, Tony Soprano was part of it, right? And his relationship with Dr. Melfi. And we have so many other programs, both fiction and nonfiction, that do that. That was one that really blew up. I'll sort of say a second one, but that was early in my content marketing days. I was working on an obscure Cinemax show called Hunted, but we created a transmedia experience that the average engagement time, and we had over 1 million people sort of go through it, was 20 minutes. And you didn't even know that you were really in a brand marketing experience until you got to the end. But, the layers, there were 5 different layers of it. And we also had a transmedia component. We created these posters down around Wall Street. And it was like, it was recruiting for this secret security firm called Byzantium. And it said, we're not for everyone, just the 1% that matters. I can't tell you the amount of times and that people have picked up pictures of, like, on the internet, of a police officer standing in front of this sign because it was such a good transmedia experience. People still think it was real. This just happened over the last year. Again, the internet was sort of like going, look at this, who is Byzantium? Who do they work for? Like, look at these multinational corporations. I mean, it was amazing. That campaign, people still talk about it. Just,
That's awesome.
It was just obscure, but it was fun.
That's awesome. You mentioned iterating on innovation. I'm just curious, what campaigns outside of HBO Max, what other brands or campaigns have inspired you along your journey? Or are there any brands that you really look up to and say they just nail it constantly?
I think the first ad campaign that really, like, once I got out of college, the first one that sort of like really moved me emotional was Levi's, and it was a campaign called Go Forth, and they had some old scratchy recordings of Walt Whitman reading over just beautiful, evocative photography and video. And I just really remember that one touching me in a way. I was like, I don't know what that is, but I want to try to create that.
Yeah.
Looking back on it now, I think it's just print and out of home and video. At the time, it seems so unspectacular, but they were able to bottle up an emotion. I'm continually impressed with what Spotify does. Like their year ender, how they are able to make, their algorithm and just the behavior from their consumers just really sort of speak for their product. I love that. And I also love the product, and it's just so true to who they are. Burger King, I mean, their ability to generate earned media and drive awareness through earned media, just through like these insane stunts, which I love, like the moldy Whopper. Like, I love everything that they do. I really do.
Yeah. And I love that you were talking about non-endemic too, because you can pull from all of this other great work outside of entertainment.
Yeah.
So I know we're going to have time for questions, from the audience, but I want to do a little bit of a lightning round.
Okay.
And see how this goes. So what is this is hard. What is your all-time favorite HBO show?
Oh, that's not hard. Deadwood.
Oh,
I'm a Western fan.
Right?
I grew up on Westerns, like watching with my dad. So for me, Deadwood is it.
That's awesome. Last show you binged?
I binged Lovecraft Country. Have you watched Lovecraft Country? Do you know how hard that show is to binge?
I was going to say, isn't it a little bit dark?
It is. I was tired just after like 3 episodes because it's so visceral and so involved. I mean, you watch one of those episodes, you're like, what was that? I could have used some palate cleansers in the middle, just like little comedies.
Yeah. What did you jump to after you watched that?
I have 1 episode left of Hacks. I'm almost there, but I love that. It's so fun.
So fantastic. I mean, they're both so wonderful. Agreed. Best purchase of 2020.
Oh, I bought a dog.
Oh, what kind of dog?
She's a super mutt.
Oh.
It's a whole bunch of different dogs. I've also subsequently bought 4 different sets of AirPods because she keeps eating them. She's eating them. Yeah. I only have one right now. And because she ate the other
I see
one.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So keep the AirPods away from the puppies.
It's a fair trade.
Rosé or champagne? We're in Cannes, so
we'll go with rosé.
Okay. And then next place you are most excited to visit.
So just before the pandemic, we snuck in a family trip to Tulum, Mexico.
Awesome.
And something about not being able to go anywhere during the pandemic, everyone in the family is like, we're going back as soon as we can. So we're going to bookend the pandemic with Tulum. Trip 1 and trip 2.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
And the sand there is really incredible.
It's really a great place.
Yeah, it is. Jason, thank you so much for the amazing conversation and really for giving us a peek under the hood of what you and your team are doing. It really is fantastic work. Before we move into the audience Q&A, what's one piece of advice that you would give to marketers as they look to the future?
I'd probably say be curious. I mentioned that a couple times, but I think where in my career, the moments where I'm curious is the moments where, when you say what if, those are the moments where I think we find the most innovation and we learn the most.
Yeah. I mean, I will also say from our side of the house, the number one thing I look for from my team is that curiosity, especially as we work with clients like you.
Yeah.
Pretend you know nothing. It's just ask questions and learn, because that makes such a difference.
And the amount of data that we have now too, right? And the amount of ways at which you could observe fan behavior or customer behavior is amazing. So you should just be watching and listening and be curious.
Yeah, I can only imagine, by the way, all the data that you have, because I don't know how you don't get lost in it. And just trying to put that story together, there's probably just so many really fascinating things that your team is able to see, which is great. Thank you again. And I do want to just open it up for questions from the audience if we have any. And if we don't, I also, we do. We have a number of questions. Great. So first question for you, Jason. With the streaming category increasingly competitive and cluttered, how do you differentiate from other platforms for that share of mind or for the same budget? And I know we touched on that, but it's interesting from a budget standpoint. I'm sure you have some programming where you have a much smaller budget, and yet you still need to make it seem like there's a lot there. What is your strategy for that?
First of all, I think we're lucky in that we do have storied franchises, characters, and IP to work with. So we look for fans, we look for advocates. What can we do to have them help amplify their experience, the connection that they already have, or just get them excited? So for us, advocacy, especially leading into a premiere, is one of the key sort of focus areas for us. Oftentimes that is through social influencer marketing, generating content, social content. So from a publishing and editorial standpoint.
Yeah. Okay. It's amazing that influencers didn't exist a few years ago, and now they really do play such a big role.
Yeah.
If you could partner with any other brand, what would your dream collaboration be?
Oh, that's a good one. I'd probably say Spotify. I mean, just from a music standpoint, the music in a lot of our program is just, again, music is something that you're going to emotionally connect to, as is premium storytelling. So how can we bring those two together in a really fun way? We do have a footprint on Spotify, obviously. So Nike merch, like, I don't know. I feel like there's some
that's
cool
happening.
There's always, but it always comes up and it doesn't matter. It always delivers. There's like really cool collaborations there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about another brand that has a story and it fits well.
Yep.
You touched upon the future of in-person and digital hybrid activations, but as the world continues to open, what are the trends in content consumption that arose from COVID that you think are here to stay for the long term?
Look, what was most exciting to us was, I mean, we've always had really great consumption on both mobile and big screen. But for us, the willingness of both fans to engage more deeply and spend time on social platforms and our talent in a way that is sort of being very accessible and open to the community and connecting with the community is that's not really a technological trend. That's just behavior that was already happening, and then the pandemic accelerated. So I really hope that continues, because it takes a lot, right, to run a press junket, or you know, you have hair, you have makeup, you have lights, and I think, you know, collectively our talent and our community has really come together in a way that is intimate and rewarding for both of them, and I really hope we can continue to do that.
Yeah, and there's something about the authenticity, I think, that came out by having that, where you don't have the ability to be on a set with all of these people helping to make it happen, which I think to the audience.
It broke down sort of all the walls, and everyone all of a sudden felt safe, right? There was a level of humanity to it too, that felt like we were all in this together. And I really hope that continues.
Yeah. And that's so different than back in the day with entertainment, where I feel like, I just remember I worked at a talent agency as my first job. And I remember a lot of movie stars said, no, I don't want to work on TV, because they just wanted to keep this wall going, where you could only see them on the big screen. And now it's just so different, where talent and everyone is just so close to us.
And that's, look, we really, that's great for us, because the talent we have is extraordinary.
Yes. And I think actually you were the ones who first got that talent to consider the small screen, which today it doesn't even, I don't think people think about it the same way at all.
No.
What are your thoughts on in-game advertising?
I think it depends. Like, in-game advertising has come a long way. You know, we certainly explored it, and this might even be 10 years ago, where you could put like a billboard. You're basically putting an ad in the environment. We're not really interested in that. But when you look at what In the Heights just did with Roadblocks, you know, and recreating that dance and teaching people to do that dance from In the Heights, that again, it's something that adds to the experience, allows people to connect with sort of the music from the show in a very emotional, fun, engaging way that's memorable. So we are all for those type of immersive experiences in game environments.
Yeah, if it's the right fit.
If it is the right fit.
Yeah. Last question. When you think of competition, and I know you've touched on a lot of this, but what is your specific thought process that goes into creating strategies to make you stand out? Like, if you're dropping a show at the same time as Netflix, for example, do you think, okay, we assume Netflix is going to do this, so we need to go this direction, or do you not think about them at all? And Netflix just as an example.
I mean, I think they're not going to drop the same show as us. So each show is its own unique thing, and the decisions to consume entertainment isn't binary. It's not like, you know, do I pick this cell phone or that cell phone? They are complementary experiences. So we usually just play our own game and do what's right for the programming. And again, we have such a legacy of quality. We can trade on that brand value and that brand promise and just connect people to the show. I think there's a lot of trust there in HBO. And so, yeah, we usually we do our own thing, and we do what's right for the property.
Well, really quickly, I know David's going to kick us off. I want to say cheers. I have some rosé here.
Cheers. I got some as well.
Cheers to you. Thank you. And
thank you.
I had a great time listening to you.
I love that. I don't know, what coast are you guys on that you're drinking rosé? Because I mean, I'm here in New York, but I'm still nursing my iced coffees today.
Yeah, it's 9:39 for me.
Okay, I mean, look, it works, right? It's June, it's summer officially now, I think, right? We hit that mark, so you can wake up and start with the rosé. I think it's acceptable. That's right. But this was great. Jason, I was talking the other day, we had our esports and gaming summit. We had the CMO of EA, David Tinson. One of the things that came up was if you've ever played any of their like sports games, especially, you know, from my childhood over the last 20 years, there's the iconic EA Sports. It's in the game, right? It can play over and over again in your head. And we talked a little bit about like that audio branding and, you know, HBO being really one of the only few others that has such a legacy, that static, that hiss that would come on as a kid before. And just the power of that branding that you guys have. I mean, you mentioned the nostalgic aspect of going to like the video store as a kid, and the role that you guys play now in that kind of ecosystem. So look, it's been great having you here. we always talk about it, the team, the Westworld experience that you guys built at South by Southwest a few years ago. Again, like there's such an iconic level of work that comes from you guys and from the team. And it's been a pleasure having you here, sharing with us and with our community today. So thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time. Alexa, amazing job. Seriously moderating and leading this conversation. It's a pleasure having you both, and we hope to have you guys again soon. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks so much. Bye, guys.
All right. Take care. Have a good one. Again, next year, hopefully on the beaches of South France in person, but we're going to keep the show rolling today virtually. We have a next session. Again, 2 more phenomenal speakers, 2 amazing women in this industry. We have the one and only Melissa Grady Diaz, the CMO of Cadillac. Melissa and her team just joined us a few weeks back as part of our 10th anniversary summit. Is going behind the brand at Cadillac. We're happy to have Melissa back today, as always, to talk a little bit more about the work that she's leading. And we have Jamie Moldavsky joining in. I think Jamie's logging in now. Jamie had joined us a whole bunch of times when you were at Wells Fargo, and now you are at Nielsen. So we're thrilled to have you back. How are you doing, Jamie?
I am doing great. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. I wish we were in France, but this is a close second.
Well, it's a second. I don't know how much it compares. Our last speakers did their diligence and brought a glass of rosé with them. I was like, we should have thought of that. But I agree. Next year, beaches of South France. I'll be there. You'll be there. It's going to be awesome. Melissa, always great to have you. I'm going to turn it over to you guys, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Awesome. Great. Well, thank you. Thanks. And as I said, it's great to be here. And I know Melissa and I are excited to chat all things marketing and CMO land. And Melissa, I thought it'd be great if we just start out and have you introduce yourself a little bit about your background, and then I'll do the same, and then we'll jump in.
Yeah, I am Melissa Grady Diaz. I also am disappointed in myself for not bringing some rosé. I think that was great. So I am the Chief Marketing Officer of Cadillac globally. I just got back into automotive about 3.5 years ago. I started my career in automotive. I also have worked at Motorola and MetLife. So a lot of different industries, but always with the same art and science of marketing, which is my passion.
Awesome. And I'm Jamie Moldavsky, and as was just introduced, was previously the CMO of Wells Fargo for 9 years. And I'm now at Nielsen, joined in late last year. And so I'm having a lot of fun helping solve the problems that I felt I had when I was a CMO. Not all of them yet, but we're working on them. And it's been great to be at Nielsen. And like you, I spent a long career in many different industries, including the appliance industry with KitchenAid and a lot of financial services with American Express and Wells Fargo. So great to be here with you, Melissa. And I think I just wanted to start off with, I know as a CMO who has both now at Nielsen, but also at Wells Fargo during COVID, found myself literally waking up every day saying, wow, okay, what's next? And I think it's great to just step back and say, what are those things that have happened over the last 1.5 years that we as marketers, and that you in particular at Cadillac, that are really good changes for the future, and those other things that had to happen that you're just going to cast aside, like changes that are good changes to get rid of, and then the changes that you think are going to be more lasting and helpful as we go forward.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that really resonated with me through the entire pandemic is we were flexible, fast, and agile. And that went from everything from TV advertising, which, we had just launched a new global campaign. It had been on the air for a couple of weeks. We pulled that off the air, got a new spot developed and on air within 7 days. And seeing something like that was just unbelievable. To GM, who, we had to stop producing cars for a little bit. We started we started creating ventilators, masks. It was like this amazing moment when we just all shifted. And I think that that's given us really the confidence moving forward to know that when we see what the right direction is and we see what we need to be doing, whether that is with a brand direction, whether that is with a new channel we need to be in, when things are changing, it's not as big of a ship as I think we thought it was. And so that's been the biggest thing going in, that if we're like, can we do this that fast? The answer is yes. And we know that. So I think that's really the biggest thing. The other thing, and they were talking a little bit about it in the previous panel, is seeing the shift in consumer behavior. Seeing, and I loved how he put it, that entertainment is really additive. It's not a one or the other. And so understanding how consumers are interacting with us and how they want to interact with us and the places that that allows us to play that we couldn't previously, that's been really fun to look with. So, what does that mean for us from a gaming perspective? What does that mean from, as we're trying to look at even defining branded entertainment, where we're going to be? We just did something really interesting with the Escalade. The Escalade has 36 speakers. And they're AKG. AKG is an industry leader. It's been, people in the music business have been, it's always been like the top and is very well known. From a consumer perspective, both 36 speakers and AKG mean really nothing. I mean, 36 speakers sounds like a lot, but do I need 36? What does that mean? And so, I think we took a lot of time with this launch to do a lot of different things. So we did a concert during the pandemic within Escalades. So each person was a pod with their family in an Escalade. We surprised them with James Blake, who's a Grammy Award-winning artist, debuting his new song. We just recently launched a campaign with RZA, where RZA really demonstrated what the 36 speakers are. And I think these ways of really connecting, of showing what the product is versus, we always talk about the 30-second spot and the death of the 30-second spot, but the 30-second spot doesn't die. And as we're trying to evolve that, I think that's been something else. So a very long answer to get around, but I think we're more creative, we're quicker, and we know how to really get in, test things, and get things done.
Yeah. And so what that brings to mind to me is the consumer itself. And obviously Cadillac is one of the most established luxury brands out there. And people look to you for that. But how has the consumer changed when you think about, or have they, a year and a half, right? A lot of people's fundamental behaviors and values are changing. Do you find that for your market, or do you feel like there's some stability in there?
So I think when you look at what's so interesting to me and what's been very interesting in this journey I've had with Cadillac is there is this Cadillac DNA that exists. A Cadillac customer, and even when you work at Cadillac, you're really kind of inspired by the same thing. And it goes, as I said, we launched this campaign, Make Your Way, last year, which evolved into Never Stop Arriving. And the DNA of a Cadillac person and what these campaigns really embody is this person who is very driven. A very interesting thing, when you go into our database, the title president and CEO way over indexed to the general population. And that's because we have so many entrepreneurs. We have so many self-made people. And there is just this drive for better. What's next? What's next? And so that actually, what's fascinating to me is as true today as it really was 120 or so years ago when Cadillac first came about. How we're identifying who those people is, I don't really believe in demographics. I don't like demographic targeting. So we use modeling to figure out, and we have a database of the entire US we work with our agency, and we've modeled out, here's our target. And so I don't really look at things as a funnel and we kind of start with everyone and go down. I look at the world as a cube. And within that cube, you have a propensity to Cadillac, and you either have a really high propensity or you have a lower propensity. And then there's another side that's, when are you in market? So I'm going to talk very differently. That's a very different conversation if you're in market tomorrow versus in 2 years. So I think, that the definition and who that core Cadillac person is stays the same. How we're defining that is something that's really evolving and changing.
So that's a great segue into talking a little bit about measurement and analytics and targeting, which is obviously near and dear to both our hearts, I know. And when I was on the Wells Fargo side of CMO land, spent a lot of time just trying to figure out how to navigate across all the proliferation of channels and understanding how that one individual consumer, really where and what were they consuming across all those platforms. And I know at Nielsen, we're working toward Nielsen One, which will be our solution to kind of a cross-platform solution where we can dedupe at a consumer level. But I'm curious from your perspective, when you think about, because as you just defined, you've got a really clear vision of who your customer is. How do you think about all of these channels and the best way to reach them? And what are the data and analytic tools that you find most helpful or that you wish you had?
Yeah, so there's a lot that I wish that I had. I can go into that, but from how we approach it, we have this audience, and I have defined who these people are. What we do is there's a few different ways that we go after and understand how to reach that audience. And again, as we talk about this cube and this cube of people, I really want to redefine how we look at reach and frequency, because we should be able to know. And I think as we, being from the data-driven side, there's always been this conversation of probabilistic versus deterministic. And people are not probabilistic or deterministic, but impressions are. So do I know that I served an impression to someone, or do I have a high probability or a low probability? And then how do I extend my reach? And when you think of it that way, that's literally how we approach the channels. Where are the places that I can reach people? And are these people, is this something that's more of a tent pole? Is this something that's more, I'm trying to draw inspiration and bring people into the brand? So that's going to be something like, we had a long partnership with the Oscars and have debuted a lot of vehicles there. We've got the Super Bowl that we were just in this year. Those are moments when we're really wider reach, getting people inspired by the brand. And then as we go through that funnel, what we do is we work with partners, and a huge shift from a couple of years ago, we take our audience and we ask people, what's your match with this, and who can you reach? And so then that will be those people. And then we look at where are we going to gain more incremental reach. And even when we look at things like linear TV, tentpole properties, we're indexing that audience. So through our media agency, we have tools to understand it in an index. So it's audience first. And we go out to people and we say, how much are you delivering this? Now, I think we could get into a lot of what do I wish I had and how are we measuring too. So
yeah, that's great though. Very helpful. And again, I can relate a lot, because I think that, that ability, that's the holy grail, right? Is starting to be able to get to that level of targeting and level of understanding about exactly where is that consumer engaging. To that end, one of the things that we've seen, and we just launched actually last week, something called the Gauge, which is just a visualization monthly of where people are spending their time on television. And what, no surprise to you, obviously, what you're seeing is that while linear and cable continue to be obviously have high numbers, that streaming is actually now 26% of time on TV, and that's increasing rapidly. And so I'd love to know from your perspective, especially when you think about your consumer and who you're trying to reach, how do you think about streaming? How do you think about connected TV and how to adapt to the shift in some of these channels?
Yeah, I think because we're audience first, we have been, and there's two different sides of this, and I'll kind of approach both. There is the side where you can reach your audience through streaming, through different partners. And so in that sense, wherever there is that really opens a huge door for us. And we lean very heavily into addressable or audience buying with TV to be able to really to say, here's the audience we need. We'll know they're in market timing. So am I telling them about, this was something actually that we did a lot in the pandemic. We would look at where we had inventory and what consumer sentiment was. And we would buy addressable or other like digitally enabled TV by where that audience is. So there's that side of it. The other side of it, as we look at things, people not, and I can get into something else in a second, but in non-ad supported content, that's where we're really trying to understand, how do we do some of these other things? Something a lot of people have probably heard me say before is, we talk about people don't like advertising, but people actually love advertising. Why are most of us watching the Super Bowl? For at least half the reason is because of advertising, right? So how do we figure out how to make things more interesting? But I think we're at a very interesting moment as we talk about these things, as we talk about streaming. And, you started to see some of these subscription services these services that'll show you what subscriptions you have. I think as we look at the deprecation of cookies and as we look at subscription fatigue, people are going to start to understand the value of their data and the relationship and how content is brought to them and what that means from a brand perspective, I think is about to change. And I'm hoping it gets really interesting and allows us as marketers even more fun ways to connect.
Yeah, I think that's such a great point. And, the content piece of it obviously continues to to be the most important piece, right? And making sure that we have the right content and it's engaging and really created for the audience that we're speaking to. And to that end, something I know you're passionate about, as am I, and as is Nielsen, is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we know that a lot of consumers really want to see themselves represented. They want to feel like the brands are connecting with them at an individual level, at a human level, understanding who they are and what's important to them, and to see themselves reflected in media today. And I just would love to hear your experience with Cadillac on how you approach DE&I in either in content, in your advertising and marketing, but also how philosophically you think about that for Cadillac.
Yeah, and there's so many different places to go with this. I think, first of all, as a brand, Cadillac has, we've been trying to really have within any of our advertising or anything, a very diverse representation. When you look at our customer base, we really try to reflect that. And I think having these amazing badass people that have this Cadillac DNA, we really like to show that. I think that being said, all of us have a lot of work to do in this area. It's been an incredible journey, and I'm very happy to be at GM right now. I think last year, after the death of George Floyd, Mary Barra came out, made a very strong statement about obviously how wrong it is, and saying that she wanted GM to be the most inclusive company in the world. And so with that, we're looking at how everything plays out in a lot of channels, but we're really starting with ourselves first. And I think it's so important because we are making sure that our culture is reflecting our values and what we're saying. And it's incredible. And I think, I've not, there's a lot of people who've been at GM all their lives. I'm newer to GM. I'm constantly amazed by the culture here and how we bring things in and how it becomes part of the fabric of who we are so quickly. So I think Mary made this statement last year that seemed almost overwhelming, and the progress that I see that we've made internally, just with the conversations of, what is diversity? It's all these different people. What is equity? Giving everyone an equal opportunity. And what is inclusion? And the example that Mary used early on that really resonated with me was, if you look at the dance, diversity is there's all the people in a school wherever this dance is. Equity is inviting everyone to the dance so everyone can come to the dance. Inclusion is being asked to dance. And I think every one of us as a human has had that moment when we were standing outside of something, when we weren't included. And it makes you understand at your core what we're trying to achieve. And it's been very powerful and it's been amazing. So I think, there's a lot of things that Cadillac is doing, both from where we're trying to put our money, what causes we're trying to get behind, some of our own campaigns, like we just had the Audacity of Blackness, and, we've had a lot of these things, but I think just overall, trying to make sure that everyone can be who they are. And, we say, like, bring your whole self to work, I think is where we're starting first. And it's really made a big impact on me personally.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think, it's interesting. I know there's that we sit in a unique place to have kind of two roles, right? One is the impact internally on our organization. And then the other, as you said, is the impact we have on our consumers that we serve, right? And I think we also think a lot about that, which is not only how do we have the most inclusive, diverse and equitable organization so that our employees can thrive and be who they are and bring their best selves to work, but also how do we help enable a media industry that really is the best for all people, right? That gives everybody the opportunity to see themselves and to be portrayed in the ways they want. So I appreciate that greatly. Let's shift gears a little bit. One of the things that I know you're very passionate also about, and is also very high on the list of things right now that is changing in the industry, is obviously the focus on electric vehicles. And I know you guys are at the forefront of that right now. And I'd love to just hear how EV is changing Cadillac, how you think about going to market differently, your consumer, how that changes. You obviously have such a strong prototypical consumer. Does that change that at all, or how do you evolve with that?
Yeah, it's been really interesting to go through this. I think the industry right now is moving so quickly towards EV. And I really think that Tesla has played a big part in that mindset shift. what we're seeing now, and I think as we look at, Cadillac will be the first brand within GM to be all EV. I'm really, really excited to be here at this moment and to drive this change. I think it's so important. And as we look at our consumers, and it's really all of us, right? It's not a question of who, but when.
Yeah.
So does the consumer stay the same? Absolutely. And these same people who, when we look at ourselves, so we are the same human beings that we are, we'll just start driving EVs. And so we look at it in two ways. Number one, where is someone on this spectrum of time of, is it going to be their next vehicle, maybe their next vehicle or the one after, or they're going to be one of the later people. And there's, obviously from a product portfolio perspective, we'll have products all the way through as people are going through this transition. To help them with that transition though, because it's a big difference. And I have to tell you, like a personal story, I recently, we've, as we're trying to go through, you think about what is that consumer journey going to be? What are going to be some of the pain points? So we do all of the research on pain points. We think about it all. Then there's bringing it down to yourself. And I actually tried to plan a road trip recently with an electric vehicle. And it's, when you talk about range anxiety and charging stations, it becomes very real when you realize you may not make it to the next point.
Exactly.
And so there's, I think within GM, and again, this is when you're so happy you're part of a bigger organization like this, huge initiatives to deal with what is the charging network and how do we make that pervasive? How do we make sure that charging happens quickly? Something you also don't really think about because, you're going to do 80 to 90% of your vehicle charging at home. So it becomes sort of like charging your phone at night. You plug in your phone, you don't really know how many minutes per hour you're getting. It doesn't really matter. You charge it when you go to bed, you wake up and it's charged, right? That's how your car is. Except when you're on a road trip or something like this. So how we're fixing the infrastructure is core. And then once the infrastructure is really there, which I think, we're really close, then how do we educate people about that? How do we make things like getting your home charging station installed? How do we make that all easier? So that's what's going to, you're going to have the early adopters and then you're going to have the people who are going to wait, are going to have different needs. So that's how we're looking at it. It's really interesting, especially when you kind of bring it into your own behaviors and patterns.
Yeah, I love your comment too, that it's not a matter of who, it's when, because I think, I know we got our first electric vehicle last year and we just experienced the range anxiety that you talked about. And it's really, it's life-changing in many ways, right? And I think I have teenage kids, if you've got kids in that age range, for them, this is just the way the future is going to be. And so, I love as you think about your demographic and your psychographic and who you appeal to, that this is an evolution of your existing customers and where do they want to be. So I love thinking about that way. I just want to make a call out for questions. If people want to submit cute questions, we'd be happy to answer those in a few minutes. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about, we just issued a white paper that's called Resonance, but it's really about this balance between short-term and long-term when you're thinking about your marketing and advertising. And I know when I sat in my CMO seat at Wells Fargo, there was always this constant tension between brand versus business building, right? And whoa, do we want pure brand or no, everything should be business. And I always was a believer that when you do it right, they're so mutually reinforcing that you don't have to think of it that way. But part of what our data showed is that when you do sort of balance this short-term, long-term, and you're thinking brand and business driving, that actually it increases sales by 12%. Like it's a better combination than any one alone. And so I know you do a lot in that middle space as well. I always think of the Venn diagram of brand and business driving, and the home run is when things do both of those for you. But maybe you could talk a little bit about both from a creative standpoint as well as from a media standpoint, how you think about that short-term, long-term business brand intersection.
Yeah, so I love the white paper. And I think it's really interesting in my own personal journey. The reason that I'm at Cadillac is because we look at the whole thing as a journey, as brand building, short and long term, because you can't have one without the other. And I've got a very performance marketing mindset, but I think the best way to describe a performance marketer is the importance of brand. as a performance marketer, the way that you test how well something's doing is you run blank ads, or, whether it's a CSR ad or something blank or whatever. So it's the creative that is going to drive the change of whatever you're doing. And you've got to, again, if we think about this cube or the funnel, if you want to go back to the funnel, you've got to fill the funnel. With the cube, you've got to be moving people through to the, we've got propensity, where are you in the timeline? And you've got to always be doing both of those things. And it is like, I think, again, if I speak a lot to performance marketers who sometimes are the ones who will argue against, well, we can't do the brand stuff. It's
Right.
not important. And if you run TV, your digital always goes up, because these things are always working together. And so it's so important. I think it's probably the most important thing as marketers for us to understand, is how these two things work together and how important your brand is. Your brand is actually, like, they've done research, and they went back and looked at during the recession, brands that had a stronger opinion and consideration, their sales dipped last and came back first.
Yeah.
So.
Great. Thank you. No, that's great. And I completely echo your sentiments. And it's hard to sometimes as a marketer, because you are balancing creative, and you're balancing channel, and all of those can sometimes be hard to navigate and to your point, trying to make sure you're optimizing at all times. So having that real time measurement is really important. But I think it is the way of the future. And I think those companies that are most successful find that special blend. We do have some questions coming in. So I'm going to start with one that I love, because I just, as someone who's worked in a male-dominated industry before myself, I think this is really interesting. But how have you dealt with working in a male-dominated industry, and how have you had to overcome stereotypes or other preconceived notions to establish yourself as a leader?
Yeah, I think this is, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this too, like having come up very much the same way. This has been something that has been interesting, and I think for me an area of growth, because early on in my career, and it was a lot more male dominated early on, and I found that I used to try to be the loudest and smartest person in the room, and that was really kind of how I guess overcame it. And a lot of that was, not knowing how to always deal and wanting to be heard. It was having not as many role models at that time. Now, as time has gone on, what I've learned is that, and it's interesting, as we had this diversity, equity, and inclusion conversation, when you start to understand yourself and your strengths, and you can lean into that, that is when you can be heard much more clearly and in a much better way. And so I think that's been a learning curve for me. And I think, we're so lucky today to have so many more people who are role models or mentors or whatever. But I'd love to hear your answer on that too.
Yeah, no, it's funny. And that's why I said I worked in the appliance industry, right? And at the time I was there, I was running one of the brands, and I was there were only 25 senior leaders, and I was the only woman. And so to your point, it was very challenging, because you're standing out and aside. And I think in today's world, with all the progress in DE&I think the strength to look within, as you said, and find out really what are your strengths and how do you bring those to light is really what's important. But I remember initially being a little bit more in the shock mode of, I don't know how to fit in, but also be myself. Like, how do you find that balance? And I think you said it really well. And I do think, for me, it was a lot of, to your point, figuring out what did I uniquely bring to the table? And in that instance, there were many things I brought to the table, not the least of which is I was the only woman in a room full of people, like you often are, talking about the largest percentage of consumers of the product that we made. And I realized that became a really important voice in the room, which was not only was I a woman and how I thought about things in general, but how I thought about the products that we served, and making sure that voice was in the room all the time. And so I think it actually opened up a lot more opportunity. And to your point, I think I grew probably the most in my career during those years in many ways, because I learned as a leader how to find my voice and how to make sure that voice was heard in the room. And so I think it's a great question. So thank you to whoever did that. And maybe alongside with that, what softer skills do you feel are most important to have a successful career?
I think there's so many places to go with this. And I think it's something that I also think is really important. I I really try to, we talk a lot about work-life balance over the past year. It's kind of turned into work-life integration. And I think there's a lot of different softer skills that we could talk about, but I think one of the most important things is for us to, like, first of all, make sure that we're really taking care of ourselves. And we use words like self-care. We talk about work-life balance, all these things. But I know when I'm centered and when I'm actually taking care, like, am I working out? For me, meditation helps, all these things. And one of the things I try to do is to talk about it, because I think that gives people permission to, say, hey, I'm kind of spinning right now, or, I need to take this moment for myself or something. So I think that's just one thing of, like, understanding part of being human, and how we're all struggling and trying to get things done. So I definitely think that's something that's really important, especially over the past years. We've all been at home and had struggles that are harder to see because we're just in our own heads all the time.
Yeah. And it's so interesting as you say that. I know one of the things I've heard people say is in some ways they feel like they know their bosses, their peers so much better than they ever did, because the duality between my work persona and my home persona is all blurred. People are sitting in their homes, their kids are running behind them, their dogs are barking, their mailman's knocking at the door, and all that chaos actually has, I think, freed people up to show who they are as a full person, hopefully. And hopefully we take that going forward. But I think that is a lot of what you said. What I also feel is that there's a new level of expectation around transparency, and that whether you're a company, right? And we talked about it in terms of DE&I, or you're a human being, that people want to know who you are. And obviously you're someone who is the same, right, in your job as well as you are personally. Another question: how do you stay on top of all of the things that happen within your role? Like, obviously you have many, many things during a day that take you different directions. How do you stay on top of the work? And then how do you also keep yourself connected to things that are going on outside of GM?
Yeah, I think this one is so important. And it's really interesting when I think about it, because I went to school for what I do a very long time ago. I went to Northwestern and I got a degree in database direct and e-commerce. And this is what I do. What I learned there and how everything works today are completely different. So it's inherently in how quickly things are changing in the world, we have to constantly be learning. And so how do I do that? It's just in so many different ways. I think there are times when you start to hear that, when I think like 4 years ago, when you start to hear about cookie deprecation and these types of things, you have to go, like, it's amazing living in the time of the internet, because you can just go online and sort of like get in a hole for like a couple hours and learn and get yourself up to speed. And then, I always like to take it into conversation with someone who knows and push on what I think I understand or what I don't. So I think, like, surround yourself by people who know a lot of things, have a lot of conversations, and just keep trying, however it is, whether it's taking online classes or just going online. And there's so many resources, I think. But it's the one thing you have to remember is you have to constantly be learning, because there's the saying, the only constant is change, but it's true. Like, even if you look back 2 years, how things work, who was doing what, very different than today.
Yeah. And I think, to your point, like, having a growth mindset, right, is so, especially as a marketer, where you are about the consumer and the marketplace and what is happening, and not only what's happening today, but what is going to happen. And I think having that pulse on all things related to your industry, for sure, but really just consumers and where they're going is huge. But I appreciate hearing that. For me, it's always good to hear how other people juggle all those things as well. Maybe along those lines, we have a question. You and Cadillac have been on the forefront of many different trends with data, AI, and EVs on the product side. What areas are you looking for now that may be more nascent, that offer exciting opportunities for marketers and brands in the future?
I think it's interesting right now. The biggest thing, and I talked a little bit about it, but the biggest thing that I think is going to be changing is how people use their own data, and how subscription models and advertising start to change. So this is something that I'm trying to watch, and how do I show up as a brand to bring value into this ecosystem that's happening. And I think that's really in that type of area of identity, cookie or cookieless and subscription is where the most change is going to happen. I think other than that, we're always using, different types of data, AI, whatever, machine learning, all these things. The way those get used change, but a lot of those tools tend to be the same. But I think there's a lot that's going to change in the coming years, just because it has to. And I think that's where we're going to see the most innovation.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think another area that I know everyone that I speak to watches too is just amount of consumer control. I mean, to your point, and transparency, right? Which is to your point about now people can see all the subscriptions they have. And, when I was at Wells Fargo, I had a product actually at the time that helped people see what they had enrolled in on a monthly basis. And we would get these letters from people that would say, I had no idea that I had signed up for so many things. And I was doing, you name it, product of the month that I was getting shipped to my house on a regular basis, and in addition to subscribing to media outlets. And that transparency and that power to have consumers really be in control, I think is another shift.
Yeah. And I think it's, I don't think people thought about it so much, but like advertising bought your TV before. Advertising bought you Friends, it bought you Cheers, it bought you like all of these things, right? So moving forward as a brand, like what are you buying? What are you gifting to people? And what's that going to look like? And how do we play? Because, right now people are paying to not have advertising, but as they start to see this bill rack up, they're going to say, hey, brands, I hear it now.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
maybe this is a good one to end on then, because I think it's an area I know of passion for you and a lot of the work you've done in the past, but it's about being purpose-led. And I think it's a good place for us to probably wrap up today. But, as you think about the business, the purpose-led programs that you've led in the past throughout your career, and I think that purpose-led is becoming so much more important, obviously, to consumers and to the industry. What have been some of the biggest challenges? And then what do you think are some of the opportunities? So for all the marketers out there, how do you think about living a more purpose-led life in terms of our marketing and advertising?
Yeah, I think that there's two places that I'll go with this. And the first one is something I talked about. I personally try to make sure that my values are reflected in how I lead. And, when I hear that people are not having time to take care of themselves or things like this, I take that very seriously and I try to change that. And so I have that own purpose for myself that I try to bring to how I lead. Then there is from a brand perspective, and how do you make sure that your brand is purpose-led? And I think brands are a lot like human beings. They have like personalities. I think, as we all looked at this going through the pandemic, you had to evolve your brand because of your brand, like each person had to be reacting to what the environment was. And so as you start to clearly define who would my brand be as a person, what am I trying to represent? How am I bringing this to life? It just gives you this North Star, and then you know what to do. And so like right now, I think this is a huge subject for us as we're moving into EV. And what that means, one of the things that was really impactful to me early on the pandemic was the scientists who measure the Earth early on found that the Earth was vibrating much less without cars, planes, all the humans, whatever. And then nature was starting to kind of encroach on things. And I think that really helped drive my purpose for where we're going as an EV brand. So I see David's back, but that was a good one. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And I know for everybody, I think that to your point, that finding where your own personal, sense of purpose lies, but really importantly for all of us as marketers, what is our brand's purpose? And knowing that it's important more than ever to be bigger than just, about the commercial side. So welcome back.
You are in a position where you are able to kind of marry those two of your personal passion points and the work that you and get paid for it and make a positive impact in the world and be proud of that. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal. And yeah, I remember at the beginning of the pandemic when people were driving less and everybody was at home, they were talking about smog levels and pollution levels around the country driving. So really it does make an impact. So, kudos to you guys. We've got our first hybrid, but hopefully a full EV on the way. And again, Melissa, it's always a pleasure having you here, and Jamie, phenomenal job, moderating and leading this discussion. So thank you both for giving us your time today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Take care.
Right. Thank you both. We are going to keep the show rolling with another amazing duo. In fact, our first time with our next speaker. So we're going to bring on our next session in just a second. Thank you again, Melissa and Jamie. Going to give you the round of applause on behalf of our community, because I know you can't hear them clapping on home or on YouTube. So thank you again. It's been a pleasure. But yes, we're going to keep the show rolling. We have our next set of speakers. We have Santhi Ramesh, the International Chief Marketing Officer at the Hershey Company. So we are thrilled to welcome Santhi to our virtual stage. Hopefully, again, as I've been saying all day, next year in Cannes on the beaches of South France in person. So let's welcome Santhi. And we have our moderator, brand innovators, community member and supporter, Gabrielle Heyman, the head of global advertising at Zynga. Welcome back, Gabrielle. It's been a pleasure. Oh, and I see your personal assistant in the background. Yes, I gotta get an assistant like that soon. I think we're pretty close to getting a puppy. So we've been holding out, but it's not going to be too much longer, I think. But Santhi, welcome. Gabrielle, welcome. I'm going to turn the stage over to you both, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thank you, David. I am so excited to be here with you today. And this morning, before my kids went to camp, I told them I was speaking with you, and they were like, "Oh my God, we love Hershey's." So thank you for making me a rock star to my kids today.
Awesome. Awesome. Glad to be here and excited to share those fun, good moments with you all.
Great. Well, listen, before we get started, why don't you give us a background on you and what your current role is?
Sure. I'm fortunate to be leading teams around the world at the Hershey Company on marketing, innovation, digital, and e-commerce. And as you all know, Hershey is one of the loved brands around the world, and we serve consumers in 90 countries. And our primary brands, Hershey's, Reese's, and Kisses, and many more regional gems around the world. Thank you.
I think that the love of sweets is universal, right? I think you're born with it, I've heard. All right, so let's get to our topic. So our topic today is fueling growth by unlocking insights and unleashing creativity. And so you and I spoke before this session to prep, and you said that you have a three-pronged approach. So we're going to go into each in depth, but before we do that, maybe you could give an overview of what this approach is.
Sure. The three steps that I talked with you earlier, one is about unlocking insights. And it's about both the qualitative and the quantitative. And this is where the science and the art comes together. And second is about unleashing creativity, and through leveraging the diversity of thought, style, cultures, and experiences that we all bring to the table. And third is about inspiring teams to execute with excellence. Because we could have a great insight, a wonderful creativity, but if we can't execute with excellence, everything goes to naught. So this three-pronged approach is what we all marketers do, and we have instilled into our Hershey organization so that we can drive brand awareness, increase household penetration, and market share.
Yeah, so I think when we spoke, I was really fascinated by each section of that journey that you undertake. Your international CMO, there's so many, I mean, every country has different cultures and different preferences. And I think everyone's going to find this conversation as fascinating as I did to learn about the nuances. Let's talk about unlocking insights. So there were, two parts of that, like how your team goes about getting those insights, and then also the insights you found. So maybe you could share with us some of how your special secrets of how you get insights into your consumer behavior and what they want from you.
Sure. As all of us marketers, we are very familiar with the traditional methodologies, like focus groups, the ethnographies to get the qualitative data, and of course, the quantitative research that we all perform day in and day out. With the pandemic, as new trends evolved, it had been challenging for us to get face-to-face with the consumer and uncover the changing consumer patterns that are happening around us. And we leverage two tools. One, of course, social listening that you heard about earlier during the day on an ongoing basis. And second is to conduct proactive social listening through leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. And both of these techniques were very helpful to uncover insights that allowed us to identify new growth platforms, innovation, as well as be very targeted in our media approach.
I think what's interesting about that, though, when you say, AI and machine learning, it sounds so like hygienic, but the insights that you uncovered are so core to our daily life. So like, what did you see? I remember you said, the story of like how people use cocoa differently for different recipes in different countries. Because the very scientific approach gives you a very kind of cultural, emotional insight.
Yes, very well said. And that's where the science and the art comes to play, right? So the science is all of the AI, the machine learning, the data that we are tracking, the keywords that we are tracking. But the art is all about observing what is the unsaid, the challenges, the emotions that consumers are going through when they are doing their daily tasks that they even don't know about during those particular occasions. So for example, during the pandemic, we observed, as you all know, a huge rise in baking. And around the world, this was a consistent pattern, whether it be Canada, India, Mexico, that we participate in. And this baking trend was huge, but what we uncovered using these techniques was how it was different by our consumer cohorts. So there was this advanced set of bakers who were proud about using these advanced recipes and exhibiting their prowess on social media. And it was a form of their identity, and it is their pride and joy. And then there was this consumer segment, the moms with their kids, where it was all about keeping their kids busy. So it was kid-friendly recipes about how do you entertain them. It was the mess that was associated with it, the cleanup afterwards, but also the joy that she sees when the kid comes with, oh, I made this cookie just for you. So those little moments of joy that the mom has and the connection that she builds with her kids, and these become treasured memories. And there are this other set of bakers who are completely new to baking and who are looking to Hershey to provide them with recipes. And these are these single working households, and they just want to relieve themselves of stress or boredom. And this was their way of experiencing it. So, and this was a pattern that was common across markets, whether it be Canada, Mexico, or India. However, what we noticed was there was also subtle differences. When we saw these recipes, you would see a mole in Mexico, or you would see a chocolate kulfi from India, which is essentially an ice cream. And of course, there's this cookie in Canada. But there was a similarity about how these consumer cohorts were going about baking, but there were some nuances that we customized. So I tell my team that every country wants to say, okay, I'm special, but we want to celebrate the similarities while customizing for the local nuances.
I'm taking notes for my future learning. You're fascinating to me. Okay, so, and even you were saying like, the ways that the rituals of how people eat, like how they take off the wrapper, where they store it. Like there's so many nuances that are not, you're right, not necessarily just cultural, just individual. Like I remember when I went to college and my roommate had all these different things and that her mom did differently from how we did, and you kind of learn. So when you have now you have like, all these insights in the pandemic world. How do you actually take that data, like you were saying, and then execute it in campaigns? I mean, it feels like you've quite a big job of localizing it into all these countries. So I love your saying like what is common there. I'm sure that helps with the execution, but like tell us about some of the creativity that came from all of these insights you got.
Sure. And maybe before I give this example, let me set some context on the insight that went around it. And particularly when you mentioned the wrapper. So the context around this insight was all about how to take a generic insight and make it ownable to our brand. And that had to be meaningful to the consumer, but also ownable and relevant across markets. So one of the key insights that we uncovered through social listening was for the Reese's brand, that there were various ways of eating a Reese's cup. And different consumers, as you said, they were all individual experiences. And, for me, it was all about, taking the wrapper slowly, nibbling it around the edges, and then coming to the center and relishing it. And towards the end, there will be a sticky little piece and that you want to lick it. So, and there were many consumers like that. For some, it was stacking up all of the Reese's and playing a game with it. Or for some, it was creating a sandwich with something else. And for some, it was, chilling the Reese's cup into the refrigerator. And each experience was, all tied to the Reese's brand and was very individual, but it was a ritual that they went about unknowingly and that we wanted to leverage. And this is the data that we were able to uncover through the social listening. And we wanted to harness that insight and tie it to a marketing campaign. And thereby, what we did is we created a campaign called I Love Reese's Day, where we asked consumers all the various ways by which they would eat Reese's. And that created a lot of user-generated content that we were able to unleash and have a sustainable communication that was engaging to the consumer, meaningful and relevant to the brand, and elevated our brand power.
And I'm sure it resonates even more when they see like, wow, they know me. That's how I eat the Reese's. You're making my mouth water, by the way. I love like peanut butter and chocolate together so much. Well, when you so you had those insights, like how did you rally the team around them and then localize it? You were saying like the 20 way to eat Reese's, like, could you, was it different? Was the commercial different in Mexico versus India, or the ads that you were putting out there?
So what we did was the insight was the same, and we had one common big idea across markets. So the key visual was the same, the brand idea was the same, and what was different was depending on the brand penetration in each market, the objective was different, right? So in one market, it would be driving loyalty. In others, it would be driving trial. Therefore, the tactics were different. But the big idea was the same. And we all rallied behind the visual identity. So when you see Reese's, you're going to see this orange, the big screaming orange, the wrapper, the I Love Reese's Day campaign around the world. You would see how do you Reese's as a key message that was common across. But in UK, you might see a sampling truck. In Canada, you might see a Reese's Loyalist website. But the tactics were different, but the campaign was the same. And what that did was to empower the teams around the key initiative and gave them some ownership, right? So each team was able to customize the campaign to their local needs and the team owned it. And this is how they got passionate, and your ability to execute with excellence. That's what it's all about. When they own it, they feel empowered, they are held accountable for it, and they're able to deliver against the program.
Right, because I think that all humans want to have some independence in they feeling a sense of control in what they're accomplishing. So, but also you trusting that your local teams know that market and know the needs in that market and know how to execute it. I actually am just remembering, I feel like I just saw a Reese's commercial in the past week that was a pun on like, are we listening to you? Like the privacy wars right now. And I thought that that was really, really like, it was irreverent. It spoke to me, obviously, because I work in media and I'm very aware of it, but it was also just like, I was like, wow, they're going there. That's interesting. No fear to like catch the zeitgeist of what's happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's all coming up down the pike, right? With all of the privacy challenges. And we are cognizant of it and we want to go head on with it, right? We want to acknowledge it. It is all about being transparent and driving that authenticity and being real about the conversations that are happening out there. And when we observed that, and we know, or we have realized that with the Gen Zs, with the millennials, having that authenticity is key. And we as a Hershey company have rallied behind it. Whether it was the campaign that we had with the All Trees Are Beautiful around the Reese's, or recently when we created a debate around the Reese's sticky cup, which was whether it's sticky or clean. It is all about being authentic and acknowledge the challenges that we had. So for example, recently there was a challenge in the sense that we were social listening, and we noticed LeBron James mentioning on social media that, hey, the sticky portion of the Reese's cup looks like my bald head. And we took advantage of that, right? And we observed the social commentary that was coming around the sticky cup. And what we saw there was 50% loved the stickiness on the bottom of the wrapper, and 50% loved the clean cup. So we just said, why don't we create a campaign just around that and acknowledge the issue and created a social debate about, do you like it clean or do you like it sticky? And that's why the team in Canada, kudos to them on being real, acknowledging this and going about it in an authentic manner, true to what the consumers are looking for and believe in, but also standing by the brand.
Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, when was that just like happened organically that LeBron said it, and so you got to get star power without paying for star power?
Yeah, I mean, it was through the social listening, right? So, and that is what I mentioned earlier about when we are identifying insights, it's monitoring the social media for those events that happen. The good news is Reese's is the #1 brand, and we have a significant household penetration and consumers love it. There's a lot of consumption already going on in certain key markets like Canada and the US, and that we could leverage it across markets given the star power and with the similar pattern that it was relevant across consumers. It was not just with the celebrity, but it was something that was resonating with all consumers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, well, that brings me to UGC, user generated content. And I'd love to get some of your thoughts on it, why it's a powerful tool. It's interesting because I remember in the early days, like, a couple decades ago, the UGC brands were sending cease and desist about people creating fan art, and everyone was so scared, like, are you going to take my brand and spoil it? obviously we've done, a complete 180 now as marketers and how we feel about UGC. But I know it's one of your favorite kind of creative tools. So tell us about how you work with that.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorites because it's a great way to be authentic with the consumer as well as engage the consumer. And particularly when you're targeting the Gen Zs and the millennials, this is the perfect approach. And UGC we have used for a variety of campaigns through last year and this year. And I'll give the example of baking. With the baking example, I mean, the power of recipes is enormous. And we could have gone down the road of, and we did for a while, did create a lot of recipes with product shots, spend a lot of money to get the perfect imagery. We spend days photo shooting, various recipes and around the world and making it custom for various markets. But what we realized during the pandemic was, the consumers were posting videos and recipes galore in numerous ways. How can we harness that and pool all of those together, curate them, and release it back to the society? And as a result, consumers connected more and they believed more in those recipes because we sent out a campaign looking for recipes from consumers, and the response was absolutely immense. I mean, it was pouring in and we just couldn't manage it. And if you would ask, were the photographs perfect? Was the packaging perfect? It was all crumpled probably. I would earlier in my days looking for the visual identity system as marketers, I would have said like, okay, let's get the perfect packaging shot angled this way. Let's get the product this way, etc. But that's not what happens in real life. It's with the kitchen in the background, kids running around. You would have, something come out of a cupboard, but those were real. The voice was real. And that's what connected with consumers. And we saw that our likes or the engagement with the recipes went out the roof with these kind of campaigns.
I think that's it's really interesting. And I mean, I'm Gen X, but I feel the same way as I think millennials and Gen Z, because it makes me feel better when I see ads that are more real, because then you don't have to feel like if somebody's, cooking and their kitchen's like messy and they've got, like we were talking, like some clean as you go, some clean at the end. And it's just, you see yourself and then, you're not like, oh my God, I'm not this perfect mom with a sparkling kitchen. You see yourself and it gives, I think it helps self-esteem. I think it's related self-esteem and marketing. So you know what, I'm just going to pepper in, usually we do Q&A at the end, but it is coming in. I think some of it is just like related to what you're talking about. Somebody asked, what is the most, and I don't know if you have a particular favorite, the most interesting consumer insight you found? Like, was there anything surprising that you didn't know before? Was it like, this consumer know what's going on so well that it wasn't that surprising?
Sure, that's a great question. And, there are a lot of insights, that you say we wouldn't know before. But the example that I can give you about was related to a new product that we launched. So I could share that insight. When consumers, typically were stressed, and this was even before the pandemic happened, one of the learnings or the insights that we got was when people are stressed, especially in the evenings, in the evenings, they would go to an ice cream, watch TV and binge on an ice cream. I remember sitting with an ice cream cup and spooning it through, right? And then what we observed was consumers same experience during the day when they are stressed up or busy with their work. And they wanted something that was easy and convenient. But the challenge was, okay, I had to go to the refrigerator when I'm in the office. I had to take the ice cream, put it in the refrigerator. It was messy. I need to find a spoon. And what if I don't eat up the whole thing? I have to keep it back. So it was a whole experience problem. Thereby came an idea for us was to launch the same ice cream experience in a convenient manner in a chocolate bar. And there came by the product of Ice Cream Shop chocolate bar. So the same cooling sensation, the rich, creamy, indulgent experience that you would have in an ice cream that you can have any time of the day in a chocolate bar. It's convenient. You can wrap it up, fold it up. You can eat the whole thing if you want. And that uplifts you. And we had it in the same ice cream flavors, birthday cake, strawberry, waffles and cone, and mint chocolate chip. And this we were able to launch in 14 countries around the world. And this is where I say, when I said earlier about celebrating similarities of the insight around the world, this is what we were able to do. But at the same time, we customize certain flavors to take into account the local tastes and needs. We customize the pack and design slightly, and thereby we got a common theme, a common product, and most importantly, I'm super proud of the teams who were able to launch it in just 10 months, which is super speed, high speed for us, and across multiple countries. And it's selling really well, and it's one of the top sellers in our organization.
Interesting. I mean, how long did it take the scientists to craft an ingredient, like something that kind of had, echoed ice cream, but didn't need to be in the freezer?
Yeah, so kudos to our R&D and technical team here, as well as the supply chain partners, the regulatory partners, because in order to get from idea to launch in 10 months, and there was a lot of parallel pathing and sequencing, right? So it's not only uncovering the insight and the idea and the packaging, to your point about identifying the ingredients, we had to make sure that the trends, all the ingredients that were used were approved through the regulatory bodies around the world. There's a lot of science that goes behind it. At the end of the day, it's cool to see, oh, this is a chocolate, that should be easy. But there's a lot of science and technicality that goes behind it. And thanks to all the teams who were able to develop in just 10 months and launch it across markets.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's, I'm gonna have to go find that product. I think my kids would like it in their lunch boxes. Well, let's, talk about like sales impact, right? So really at the end of the day, we're here to drive conversion and sales. So like what, all of these campaigns that you ran, all of these things that you did, the creative, the localization, what were the results?
Sure. What done is our brands is not just about driving awareness and engagement. It's also about driving consideration and purchase. So having the complete omni-channel experience is what we have been advocating. So for example, with the I Love Reese's campaign, what we have been able to do is integrate this social digital campaign all the way through to our customers, to Amazon.com, to Walmart.com, etc. Thereby, not only driving awareness and engagement, but also making sure that we are getting the ratings and reviews on those platforms, as well as driving a purchase on those platforms. And with our campaign, when we said, like, how do you resist, and gained consumer feedback on the various ways that people eat Reese's, and we uncovered more than 20 Reese's ways of eating Reese's, we integrated it to those platforms. And what happened was, during just a couple of weeks activation, in UK, we went from number 2000 rank to number 1 rank on Amazon platform, not just on confectionery, but all of grocery. So, and in Canada, we were always number 1 on not only on confectionery, but also on grocery. And we were able to get 8 times the number of users to our D2C site in Brazil in just one day. So it's not just about brand building events, it is about growth driving initiatives. And that's why we've put together in this one business unit, marketing that drives the business. And as you said earlier, it's brand marketing and performance marketing coming together.
Yeah, I think that that's a big buzz thing happening right now, is this mash of performance and brand marketing. And I also think that part of why it's really coming to the fore right now is the pandemic changing behaviors of how people, like e-commerce, the acceleration of e-commerce and all of those things. Like what were some, I mean, I don't know, I'm interested to see like how you had to innovate for the pandemic. And do you think that that's related to this like this mashup of performance and brand marketing happening?
Sure. Yes, with the mashup of brand marketing and performance marketing, I would say that irrespective of the pandemic, that was bound to happen, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we are serving the consumer at any point of their consumer journey, whether they're looking for stuff or they're finding the product or purchasing the product. And we know that that is also shrinking, right? Typically, we would say, okay, consumers go on google.com and search for the product, and then we want to engage with them and drive them to a platform. But with most consumers already going on to amazon.com and searching for product, or walmart.com directly and searching for it, if that becomes the source of truth, then we have to be where consumers are searching for the product. So it eventually would shrink based on where the consumer or the shopper is going. So what we at Hershey are doing is an integrated and a holistic way of approaching marketing, where we are looking at all areas within the consumer journey, the awareness, the engagement, the consideration, the purchase, and looking at it holistically, not just purely from a marketing perspective, but also from a sales perspective, from a media perspective, and integrating it all together. And that is where this cross-functional collaboration comes to play. And with the pandemic, to your point, we have been even more engaged. Decision-making has been faster. Collaboration, surprisingly, online has been faster and more efficient. And we have been able to move things much more faster than I believe we would have done before.
Interesting. Yeah, I've kind of noticed that too. Somehow Zooming can be really efficient. Email and not flying places, waiting until you're going to meet somebody till you do your business trip in 2 weeks. Everything's sort of just happening now. And of course, we're all just chained to our kind of home office. So maybe that's making everyone work faster. So kind of pivoting a little bit, we spoke during our call about empowering women globally. I think that's, it's a subject that's really important to my company as well. It's one of our core values. So you have a female CEO, a female CGO. How do you, what are some things that you've done to give back to women?
Absolutely. And this is a topic is very close to my heart. Having grown up in India, coming over here, we've all gone through those challenges, and I'm fortunate to be working in a company with great female leaders and who believe in diversity and investing in diversity, not just about gender, but across all aspects, right? It's about inclusion and making sure that all voices are heard, supported, and feel empowered. And particularly, at Hershey, we have a great history with the Milton Hershey School. We are supporting students who could not have had the opportunity to study through the Milton Hershey School. In addition, recently, I'm so proud to launch a campaign which originated in Brazil, in our Brazil team. And it was all about making the invisible women visible. And the campaign is called the She Campaign. And for context, none of us realized, Hershey is there as a name, but little did we realize until the agency pointed to us, it's like, did you know that we have the her and the she in the bar in the name of our company? And what a way to celebrate and kick off a campaign, and not just playing with those words, and it is going beyond that. And what we took it to the next level to say, we wanted to support those women who are accomplishing a lot of great things, but are not being celebrated. Those artists who are painting with wonderful paintings in Brazil, those social entrepreneurs who are taking care of kids and are supporting kids literacy in India, those women who are advocating for pets, those people who are supporting, against early girls' marriage, etc. in India. So supporting those women who are championing, who are not as well known as they would have been. And there are so many moms, kids, girls who are doing great things that we wanted to make them visible. And thereby, we even stretched ourselves to put those paintings and those artists, those women's visuals on the pack and celebrating them with custom packs and activating them through social campaigns. And it was a challenge, getting through the visual identity system. People would say like, oh my God, this does not look like a Hershey bar anymore. You're highlighting the her and you are having the visual of a local artist or a local social entrepreneur. Or you're highlighting the she and you're highlighting their visual. So to us, it was about empowering women, celebrating women. And we took a leap and we took that stand to support women. And we are fortunate to have great results with this campaign, and also got the Ad Age Award from Brazil. So kudos to the Brazil team for leading this and for all the other teams to lifting and reapplying it. So again, I say that theme is common. We wanted to celebrate that around the world. So we took the theme from Brazil and implemented in Mexico, US, as well as in India, and celebrated women. Yep.
Wow, are we already done? I have like a ton of Q&A and I'm not even done with all of my
we got 2 minutes. So if you have one last question, go for it.
All right, you know what? Let's see. I feel like I got to give one to the audience. Okay, so given how fast the marketing discipline evolves and how often new technology or platforms emerge, how do you account for these emerging opportunities when planning your media?
Good question. And one is we're always on the lookout for these emerging new platforms that are coming up. And we believe in the agility that we have. And there is one thing about having reserve funding to take into account for those. And so I tell my teams around the world, save around 20% to invest in those new things that we would not have known. So take into account for those surprises, right? Surprises or good opportunities. The second is about how do you unleash that agility across the teams? And it's not just dollars in reserve, it's also the people resources. How do you prioritize or reprioritize your team's work in order to be able to commit to implementing these new platforms? Because it's not easy to take a new platform, learn it, and do it well in such a short time. And it takes commitment and it takes agile people who can execute it well. So those two aspects, having that investment in dollar resources saved up, as well as people time commitment to enable it. And the good news is we have senior leadership championship around it. So we at Hershey have always been on the forward thinking approach and always willing to invest in this agile and new up and coming platforms.
That's great. Listen, this conversation flew by. I could have talked to you easily for another hour. I have like a list of more questions, so we'll have to get together later and I'll ask them to you. Thank you for speaking with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Gabrielle, for facilitating this awesome conversation. And thank you, David, for the opportunity.
This is amazing. You know, the team has been watching and raving about this conversation, and I agree. We'll have to schedule part 2. That's the only answer, right? So we'll be in touch, and it would be wonderful to have you join us again soon. So thank you both so much. This is great.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you again. I'll give the virtual round of applause, or my real round of applause, but on behalf of everybody out here on Zoom and on YouTube today. So thank you again to Gabrielle and Santhi for this discussion. We have another dynamic duo of fantastic speakers joining us in just a moment. So we're going to bring up our next group. We have Paloma Azoulay, the Global Chief Brand Officer at RBI, Burger King, Tim Hortons, and Popeyes. You may know her from past Brand Innovators events. So we are thrilled to welcome Paloma back into our event and our virtual stage. And we have Paul Schuchman, the Chief Marketing Officer of Odyssey. So we're going to welcome Paloma and Paul to our stage in just a moment. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. It's been phenomenal, the content today, hearing from Hershey's and Cadillac and HBO and Kellogg's, and we've still got some wonderful speakers and content and additional sessions coming up in just a moment. So, Paul, welcome. Paloma, welcome. We are thrilled to have you both with us today. Oh, we had Paloma here for a moment, and welcome back. So again, I know we don't have a ton of time. We're running a minute behind. So Paul, I'm going to flip it over to you. But again, amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm excited to hear how this conversation goes. So Paul and Paloma, take it away.
Okay. Well, Paloma, it's great to see you again. And thank you, David. We're going to continue the delicious food conversation. I was thinking about chocolate, and now we're going to think about other foods. So Paloma, it's great to see you again. And I would be remiss, we're here in Cannes. Let's just start with a big congratulations. We're just getting started at Cannes. I know it's virtually, but 2 lions, a grand and a gold. Congratulations to you. We're going to talk all about that. It's so awesome. Why don't we get started, for those who don't know you, talking about you for a moment, Brand Paloma. When we were getting to know each other, you told me about your journey, and you are truly a global citizen. You have lived in 5, 6 different countries, and your career has gone with you. And now you're in Miami, which is just one of the cultural and economic hotspots in the entire country. You're at the helm of the brand with RBI, with 3 great brands in the portfolio. Tell us about your journey to becoming the steward of these 3 great iconic brands.
Hi, Paul. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone at the Brand Innovators community. Super happy to be here with you again in this super exciting week. Of course, I think we're all feeling, we are missing the actual Cannes Lion Festival. Every lion that comes in my WhatsApp, I said, oh my God, we could be cheering live in the event or going on stage. But it's glad, I'm happy to talk to you today and to talk a little bit about the festival. But to answer your question, Paul, a little bit about myself. So I'm originally from Brazil. I spent most of my career actually at Coca-Cola. I worked there for 15 years from Latin America to Europe, working basically with brand management. And then I also specialized my career into creative excellence and advertising development. And then after I opened the marketing agenda further, and 3 years ago, I moved from Coca-Cola to RBI, actually to lead marketing creative excellence for Tim Hortons, which is an amazing, iconic Canadian brand. And for me, it was a big learning opportunity, right? To change from consumer goods to retail and work for a company that has such a big brands in the portfolio, but also willingness to move fast and to take risks and work more with the startup mentality. So I spent almost 2 years in Canada, and then I moved to Miami last year, literally one week before the pandemic started, to join the Popeyes global marketing team in a very special moment of the brand after the successful launch of the chicken sandwich, but exporting the brand, the Popeyes brand, around the world. So and now, like three months ago, I took over this bigger role for the 3 brands. And you asked me, Paul, about the path, right? I think I was very lucky to learn a lot from very good marketers in terms of the brand fundamentals, right? The importance of having a clear brand positioning, of knowing the power of consistency, but also bringing local relevance to life, right? I think when you work with big brands like Burger King or like Coca-Cola, your ability to generate consistency, but also the ability to tell local stories, it's super important. And I think with that, besides like the functional expertise, it's also, I love working with people. I love working with teams. And with that, it also comes with the challenge of working with people with completely different backgrounds, completely different mindsets. And I really enjoy the journey as much as the projects itself. So I think that's a little bit about me.
So thinking about that, your journey in Coca-Cola, and of course we all know the expansive product portfolio across categories, but there is one master brand there. And then you came over and you were working at Tim Hortons, and then you focused on Popeyes, and now with all 3 brands, how does your time get managed? Do you spend more time on one brand? Is it harder, easier? Is it about building the team around you to be able to deliver that stewardship to all 3 brands equally?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love to get my hands dirty, but now that they only have 24 hours, and I'm really, really excited to have a strong team. And working not only with the global marketing team, but with our regions, with our local franchisees, with our agencies, because I think in the end, everyone is a brand steward, everyone is a brand ambassador. And it's equally important that we empower people, that we share a vision, that we share principles, but that we empower people to bring the brand to life in multiple touch points and being there for them when they need, right? When they have a question, or if they need support to take a risk. So we operate in a very flexible way, because it would be a mistake, right? To centralize and I think most of the companies that do that, they end up being extremely slow and bureaucratic. And I love the fact that today we have, I earned that legacy from Fernando Machado, that built this amazing marketing team in his almost 8 years at RBI. Today we have a super strong marketing team that can walk on its own. And I'm here basically to support and to help to take the brand to the next level and to help them to run the show.
Fantastic. So yeah, Fernando, nobody better. Let's talk about Burger King, because that's, you can feel his presence there. Again, congratulations. So far, two lions. Burger King has a history, has a legacy of bringing really bold campaigns into the marketplace. And for this one that we're talking about that has just been celebrated for its creativity, it's the Moldy Whopper campaign, which is even just the name of it is just, it's fantastic. So really arresting, visually just a stunning campaign. And it's focused on the beauty of no preservatives, like what that is like, the pureness of the product. So tell us the story of the campaign. And we know its creative impact. It's been celebrated and awarded for its creative impact, but also talk about the impact that it's had on sales, on the brand itself, and on the culture, and just on culture in society and inside the organization.
Yeah, sure. So Paul, just a quick correction. It's funny because I think I talked to you a day ago when we had 2 lions. Right now we have more than almost 20.
Oh my goodness.
On the list. It's crazy. Like we have, of course,
congratulations.
Yeah, no, but again, I think that's to the point of having having an organization of marketers around the world that are really into experimenting and taking the brand to the next level, I think it's the only way when you do that in a non-centralized way, right? So really excited to see the results coming from multiple countries. And about Moldy Whopper, like I was not the creator of this idea. Did this one with Ivo and Ingo and David and Publicis. A lot of agencies were involved, but I can definitely comment from a brand standpoint on this campaign. So Moldy Whopper for me, it's a great example of the power of creativity, right? Because it's the ability of believing in the creative process and the ability to turn a boring brief or a boring message into something really, really impactful. So as a company, we have been investing in the past years a lot of effort to remove artificial colors, flavors, and preservatives from all our portfolio at Burger King, Popeyes, and Tim Hortons. So this is something that we feel extremely proud. And this is something that we have been really progressive in the industry in terms of reformulating our core recipes, maintaining the amazing taste of our products, but removing those artificial ingredients from our menu. So the first product that we did that was the Whopper, which is our iconic burger. And then the briefing was to the agency how we communicate the fact that right now we don't have, in that case, preservatives. And when Ingo from Sweden and Ivo, my partner that works with me on the Burger King global marketing team, when they presented this idea, of course, it's an idea that creates a lot of fear. How come a food brand, a restaurant brand, can show spoiled food? This basically defies the laws of of marketing, right? People will feel disgusted. People will not want to eat the Whopper ever again. And turns out the result was exactly the opposite, because the craft was so impactful. Every detail of that film, the soundtrack, the lighting, the letterings, all the details on that film really dramatizes the transformation of that Whopper day by day. And the fact that, yeah, because we don't add preservatives, it will spoil. And that's actually good. So we had a massive amount of our media. As you can imagine, Burger King is not the leader brand in the industry. So our media money is definitely much more limited than our competitors. But we got a lot of earned media and free media with that idea. And after launching it, the great result was that campaign helped our guests to feel even better about our food. They wanted to come to Burger King and generated a lot of momentum. So I think the learning here is that really we shouldn't be afraid of taking risks and always believing that a great idea can elevate a message and can make a message fly even further. So very, very proud of this achievement and seeing now that Moldy Whopper got this recognition at Cannes.
Well, in any great story, you need to have a hero. And in restaurants, in the QSR category, food is the hero. And if you've ever been on a shoot, you know the amount of time that is spent bringing that food to a place where it is camera ready. So to do that is really, it's counterintuitive to everything that has been established as a norm for advertising in your industry. And it's just delivered. It's delivered in spades. Have you been able to look back on that for the impact on the company? Has it translated into equity for the master brand? Has it had a positive impact on sales? Have you seen any of the more business results from it that you can talk to?
Yeah, as I was talking to you, Paul, we see a very interesting lift in terms of brand health and positive association. So I think that's the beauty of creativity, right? An idea that shows not that appealing food can actually make your food more appealing in people's minds. And we were really proud to find an idea that was so powerful to represent all the effort that not only our marketing teams, but our culinary teams, our quality teams are putting behind this project of real ingredients for our brands.
Yeah, amazing, just amazing stuff. So staying on Burger King for a second and just pulling back from the products just to the brand itself, to your domain, you've just completed a major rebrand for Burger King. And it is an established brand. It's an iconic brand around the world. And you've gone through this rebranding. I know there's a keynote on it at Cannes Live this year. So tell us the story. Let's hear about that rebrand and why now, and talk about the process and how it's landing in the market.
Definitely, yeah. So yesterday we went live with my friends from JKR, Sarah and Lisa, and my partner Ellie here at BK on the keynote that talks about the making of the Burger King rebrand that we announced it on January 1st. This is the type of work that I feel really proud of, because it's the type of strategic initiative that really has a long-lasting impact in the brand. So the last time the Burger King logo was changed, it was in 1999. And the briefing was that the previous logo was very old and we needed a modern visual identity for Burger King. But guess what? I think now brands are more and more understanding that we shouldn't be creating an expression that is located to a point in time, because actually as time goes by, that expression gets old, but we should basically celebrate a timeless expression of the brand, that it's iconic, that it's classic, yet modern. So the whole strategy was all around coming back to our roots and celebrating the best of our food, the taste, the indulgence, the mouth-watering, and celebrating the colors and the ingredients in a much more prominent way. So the logo was the first, the main actual change that we came back to the iconic Burger King logo that had already a lot of emotional share of heart in the heart of Americans, right? That grew up seeing that Burger King brand. And we basically just had the chance to modernize it and change some small things that you wouldn't even notice, but feels much more, feels better. And also working on a set of illustration and fonts and color palette that basically celebrates the freshness and the boldness of our food. So usually a brand overhaul of this size receives a lot of criticism, and we were really excited to see when we did the brand review in January that it was a big consensus that people was feeling like, wow, that's right, that's really Burger King. And it was the type of effort that really showcased the importance of knowing who you are and not hiding it, because that's something extremely powerful and actually is the right translation of authenticity, right? It's your ability to be proud of your past and modernize it for the future, but still being hooked in it. So on the keynote, I said that when I saw the work done by Fur and Rafa and JKR for the first time, it was really a slap on my face, because I said, oh my God, they just removed everything that was not Burger King and it's just left Burger King. So I think it's a pretty interesting story that a lot of brands can actually benefit from a similar thought process.
So this is a brand you can quite literally feel, taste, touch, experience. And as you and I have talked about, the online channel has accelerated over the past year, but this is an in-store experience that you go in and like you're in the brand, you are living in the brand. You're obviously a sizable media spender across digital, across broadcast, across social, across audio, and you had to change every single touch point of it. This was not just swapping out a logo. This was the entire experience of the brand. How was that process and how did that go? Did it, because it seems daunting on the start. We just went through it ourselves at Odyssey. And
it's very scary. Yeah, indeed. And to be honest, we are just starting. Even though we are looking at the brand and talking about it for the past months, we are just starting the transition. And it takes time and a lot of effort and a lot of money to update the brand across the board, right? Because remodeling a restaurant, it's something extremely expensive. The easier touch points to change is basically changing our visual in our digital assets, in our merchandising, in our packaging. But when it comes to remodeling restaurants, this is an effort that takes time. So we are in the process of working with our franchisees and seeing great momentum. Like we have already like more than 300 restaurants in India, in Spain, that already feature the new logo. And we will keep working fast to update it. And it's really interesting how each of our local markets end up like playing with the new visual identity and bringing their local flavor to it. So for example, in Mexico and in Spain, we have been collaborating with local artists so they can paint the new visual identity in our restaurant walls and bringing their own local flavor to it. And I think that's a great example of global consistency with local relevance, right? In Korea as well, we invited people to draw our logo and give their own take on it. And it's really interesting to see how the brand work becomes part of pop culture. And it's not something that just lives in a locked guideline, but it's something that allows for flexibility and for local play. So it will take time for us to see the new work across the board, but I think it's the right thing to do in the long term.
You know, as you were talking about the from 1999, the last time it was done until now, I started thinking about, and I started thinking through the lens of Miami too. If you're in the American Airlines terminal in Miami or in JFK in New York, you can see the logo. They have them up on the wall with the years that they were done, and you know, no rationale, but you can see the change of those marks and the system that went along with it. So a clear brief in 1999, the brand is getting tired and we need to refresh it. And then you talked about now, which I thought was really interesting, about going back to the roots and celebrating the timelessness of this brand. Was there anything that really drove that decision that now is the right time to do this? And you launched, by the way, right before, or you launched this year. So you did all the work. You did all the work remotely. So I want to talk about that in a second, but was there anything that made that decision at that point, like this is the right time to invest in the brand now?
Yeah, I think this was part of a maturing process that we always knew this was the right thing to do, but we had to do the work first. And I think it's interesting because when we think about 2020 as a year that made everyone really reflect upon like who we are, why we are here, what's important, what's not important, I couldn't think about a more contextually relevant moment to announce that rebrand than January 1st, 2021, because the pregnancy of that change was during the whole year of 2020, right? And it was done, actually it was a process that took 2 years, but as the time was going by, it was even more certain for us that this was the right thing to do, because that was our most authentic self. And that truth can have the power to make people love Burger King more and identify with the brand. So we are really proud to be able to launch that in the beginning of this year and start the transition right after.
You know, I think as I've gotten to know you, I think one of your superpowers is your ability to use creativity to solve business problems. And those are the conversations you and I have been having. And we reflect on this last year where everybody was working remote and teams were not together. And you read all about Zoom fatigue and how innovation and creativity and collaboration suffered. Yet you, agency partners around the globe, teams in Mexico, teams in Korea, have brought this brand to life in a most amazing way. What was the secret? How did you keep the team united and that creative spirit flowing and deliver just an amazing product?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in the end, it's all about working with people that share the same vision and that is hungry for the same type of things, right? So today, our marketing team, our agencies, we work with people that are crazy about making ideas happen and people who are crazy about creating brand love and being relevant in culture. So we are really not afraid about working very fast and working in WhatsApp and reviewing ideas fast, being careful not to overthink sometimes, right? Of course, we need to make the right decisions, but on the other hand, sometimes we can get some corporate paralysis and think too much and miss the train, right? So I think being able, no matter, I really don't think that the distance slowed us down. I think in contrary, especially in the beginning of the pandemic, I never saw a number of like creative ideas popping here and there and us producing things really fast, even like attending to shootings via Zoom. So which the world was upside down, but our speed and ability to do things was equally high, right? I think definitely I miss the fact that I'm in those global roles for 2 years now, and I've never been to those markets outside of the US. So I'm looking forward for the real experience and to having some FaceTime. But I think in the end, if you're aligned with the vision and the dream, we can make that happen remotely.
It's awesome. That's awesome. So I'm reminded to ask our participants out there in CAN land, if you have questions for Paloma, put them in the chat box and we will surface them up. So of course, there's this expression, let's talk turkey. Let's not do that, Paloma. Let's talk chicken. Let's shift and talk about Popeyes. Absolutely an iconic brand. And, you know, when I think about that brand, there's a flavor profile to the brand that nobody can touch. It's almost like you're without competitor. But I'd love to talk about the chicken sandwich journey, right? There is this cultural phenomenon now around the chicken wars, and every brand is coming out with it. And when Popeyes did, there was like traffic jams. There were lines around the street to get at it. So talk about the battle, talk about that journey that you were on. Maybe start with the chicken wars. Just talk a little bit about that and then bring it into Popeyes and tell us how it's going.
Sure. Yeah. So Popeyes, as you said, right, it's a brand with so much heritage and culinary authority, right? For a long period of time, chefs know that Popeyes is one of America's best kept secrets, like the Louisiana flavors and the seasoning and the cooking techniques that makes that chicken really, really special. It was really exciting finally to see that cult brand going really mass with the amazing work that my friend Bruno did in 2019 with the launch of the chicken sandwich. And I think it teaches us a lot of interesting things, because the first point is really the power of a great product, right? I think Popeyes was able to redefine what a great chicken sandwich was, because after we launched it in 2019, and of course there was the emotional component, right, of the hype that I can touch on it, but our culinary team, Amy, they worked more than 2 years to perfect that product, in a sense that today we have the chicken sandwich in more than 20 countries, and we are very serious about replicating that exact cooking technique, that exact taste, from the pickle to the brioche to the filet around the world. And I think after we did that, all the competitors looked at their chicken sandwiches and said, that's not good enough. And then basically all of them started to reformulate, and that's where the chicken wars that started between Popeyes and Chick-fil-A took over basically the whole fast food market. So I think that's the first learning around product excellence. And it's something that it's so good that people just can't not talk about it. Then the second element it's really the power of listening, to our guests, to our fans, and to be able to listen to the cultural zeitgeist and be able to react to it. So the Popeyes chicken sandwich was launched in a very unconventional marketing plan, and I think not by accident also today Popeyes and the work done by GSDM won Gold Lion in media, exactly because of this innovative media strategy around having a point of view on Twitter, into having a super strong PR strategy and not actually using TV as a medium for the launch. And then once we have a great product, a great idea, this can really travel, right? So we opened Popeyes in Shanghai last year in May, in the middle of actually it was not, Shanghai was already kind of open in May last year. We saw the ribbon cutting via Zoom, and we had more than 5-hour lines. A line of like people waited more than 5 hours to try the chicken sandwich in China. And for me, that's really the example of a great idea and a great product that can travel, right? And I remember getting goosebumps that, oh my God, if people in the other side of the road, people that never been to New Orleans, to Louisiana, people that never been to a Popeyes, if they're lining up for that sandwich, shows really the power of great product and great marketing that can travel around the world. And we spent all year last year exporting the chicken sandwich for more than 20 countries. Seems something easy, but with the travel restrictions, our culinary team couldn't travel. So we were literally sending mayo samples, bun samples from country to country around the world so they could try and approve. So it was a massive process, but the right thing to do to bring this iconic product around the world and to many more countries to come.
And you mentioned an unconventional advertising strategy that didn't rely on the mass reach of linear TV and rather was digital and social and PR and word of mouth. What was the big learning there, and how will that affect the way media gets planned across the entire portfolio? Does that have impact on that, Paloma?
Yeah, so I don't want to send the wrong message in terms of a consistent media strategy in terms of reach. It's really, really important. I think the key learning for us is to complement that with a very good read of real time in social media, right? So we still do a lot of TV media. I think it's a super important medium, also in digital, in performance media. So we use the basic media tools to build reach and frequency. I think good becomes great when we can combine that with a very strong ability to listen in real time to what people are talking about and the ability to react really fast and complement campaigns that they go on TV and that they are building product quality, they are building awareness, but also in the same time, building very strong cultural relevance in real time.
Understood. And then just staying on the brand for one more question. As an audio company and as somebody who's spending a lot of time with audio now, I'm always interested in the sonic identity, that part of a brand profile. And of all the brands in the portfolio, Popeyes seems to have a really, really defined sonic identity. Would you share a little bit about that and how that has had an impact on the brand?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite topics because coming from New Orleans and Louisiana, it's impossible not to have music in our heart, even though I think that music can be a great tool for any brand to connect emotionally with people, right? So Popeyes is a brand that was built over the jingle, "Love That Chicken" from Popeyes. Last year during the pandemic, we had a lot of efforts, not only to help the New Orleans community, but to help out-of-work musicians, allowing them to play our jingle and to use those assets in our ads. And now we have important discussions like, okay, how music is an experience inside our restaurants. How can we connect to the music community? So music is such a big shortcut, to connect with consumers' hearts. And I think in the case of Popeyes, there is so much richness around it, but also for our other brands. So it's great to see the work that you guys are doing at Audacy, like you told me, like the company is pretty new, right? And I consider this a fundamental tool to create brand engagement.
Awesome.
Always been, but nowadays even more.
You're singing to the choir, Paloma. That is
no.
Exactly,
Music to my ears.
how a brand sounds has never been more important. And I could geek out on that for hours about how brands going into the ears affect the brain and start to make impact on how people think, feel, and ultimately transact with a brand. And we're getting close. We're only got 5 minutes left. This is an awesome discussion, but I wanted to pull out a little bit here and be sensitive to some of the questions coming in too, to a bit of a more of an industry view, the QSR view. And there's an interesting question, something that you and I talked about here, is that with restaurants beginning to reopen, coming back to full capacity, how do you see any demand shifts for third-party delivery services, as well as for your own app? You have built some really important and deeply bonded relationships, more digitally oriented than physically oriented because of the world we were living in. How does that shift now that we come back to full capacity?
Yeah, I think definitely the pandemic accelerated a lot of trends and the need to digitalize our business completely. I think in the end, people always want more convenience. I think last year we had the limitation of not being able to dine in our restaurants, and therefore we are ordering delivery. But then we learned that, hey, this is a much more convenient way. I don't need to stay in the line. I can do curbside pickup. I can pre-order on my app. And by the way, I can get points and I can join a lot of loyalty programs like Burger King has one. Popeyes, we just launched Popeyes Rewards this week, and really helping us to have a more personalized approach to our guests. So I am excited to see our restaurants reopening. I think there is still space for the dining moment where you want to sit down there with your family, have a good time inside a Burger King or a Popeyes. But definitely a lot of our business is still pretty much focused into drive-through. And now digital orders will keep being a big part of it. So I don't think we will return to previous consumption patterns, because even if you go to the restaurant, you're going to keep ordering online, and the role of our app is even more important. So looking forward to see the next chapters of our recent history, but definitely we believe that digital will continue to play a central role into everything that we do.
So last question then, and really related, is as we're going into the back half of the year, and all the economic data is saying that people are on the road. Airplanes are jammed again. American just canceled a bunch of flights because they just don't have the team, the team to service those flights. Does this return to whatever the new normal look like, does that have any impact on your brand and marketing strategies for the second half of the year?
Yeah, I think we don't see a change, but just a very favorable context that people are really open to come back and to enjoy lives and to come back to their routines. So some day parts, like for example, breakfast, people used to have their routines of going to the office and stopping by a Burger King for breakfast, for example, and now this will be back. And an overall trend around people enjoying life more, right? Going to a bar or a party at night and then going to a Popeyes later. So we're going to see all those types of habits coming back, and being a part of a new routine. So pretty excited to see the reopenings in an optimistic way.
That's fantastic. Let me look and see. I think we've hit all of these questions here. I'll just ask you this final question on your way out, and going back to what we talked about doing this all in a remote environment. We've got a bunch of participants on the phone. I've been watching the numbers go up as we've gone through our discussion. So you are a big draw. If you could give our viewers a couple of words of wisdom about how to drive creativity and innovation in the workplace, what would you tell them you learned during the year, and what advice would you give us all to be more creative and more innovative?
That's a very good final question. First of all, I believe everyone is creative or can be creative, right? I don't think creativity is something that the advertising team should have as a job title. I think creativity can make things better from a product perspective, from a process logistics perspective. So I think this is the first principle of embracing creativity and necessarily risk-taking, right? Because if you want to be creative, being open to risk, it's something inevitable, because if you will naturally try to do something new, it will come with a risk, and being comfortable with that, I think that's the first step. And the second point is really having the ability to nurture ideas, right? I think usually when you see a creative idea or a different solution, naturally people's reactions is to shy away or to be afraid or to kill the idea, because that's the natural instinct. But it's the ability to nurture an idea and get it to the finish line that really differentiates those who can make it to those who give up. So I see now in the context of the Cannes Lion Festival, all those ideas that are being awarded, it's to the brave ones that got them to the finish line. And they definitely overcame a lot of challenges from a production standpoint, from a craft standpoint, from a budget standpoint, from a internal alignment standpoint. So I think that's, I love to go through this process. And I think loving the journey is as important, because if you want basically the short route, it's very easy just to give up on the first different idea that will come your way. But if you enjoy the journey, definitely you will get there, and we will be able to try and error and be comfortable with that environment. So I'm a big believer of the power of creativity and innovation to the business as a whole, not only for communications.
Awesome. Awesome. Hi, Emily.
Hi, guys. I've been popping in to be the host for the second half of the day, and what a great note to end on. Thank you both so much. I feel like the brands in the RBI portfolio are always, going outside the norm, being brave in their, campaigns and brands, which, you speaking to that is just great to hear. So we so appreciate you guys being here. Such a great session.
Thank you so much. Paloma, good to see you again. Congratulations
Thank you,
on all
Paul.
the success.
Congrats on your work too. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Well, we're super excited to continue the rest of day 2 of our Brand Innovators at Cannes virtually. I'm Emily Agate from the Brand Innovators team, and I'll be taking over as the MC for the rest of the program today. So please stick around. We have a couple of really great fireside chats coming up that you won't want to miss. So next up, I'm excited to introduce Seb Aram, the VP of Marketing of Global Brands at PepsiCo. And this session will be moderated by Craig Stimmel, the Head of Global Brands at Snap Inc. So I think we're going to bring them on in just a second. Looks like Seb is logging on right now. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. So glad to have you here.
Thanks. Same here.
Love the Brand Innovators backdrop. Looks fabulous. So
yes, I've been using that all day long.
Oh my gosh,
And already has a leg up on me. Mine is not on.
No, I mean mine should be on as well. I've struggled to figure out how to use those backdrops, to be honest. But so I'm glad you figured it out. More tech savvy than I. But I'll hand it over to you guys and pop back in at the end. But take it away, Craig.
Thanks, Emily. Great to be here, everybody. Shebnam, great to see you again. I think PepsiCo is a company that needs no introduction. Obviously, one of the most houses one of the most iconic brands in the world, and a myriad. I was looking through some stats just before we joined. Just 1 billion times a day of consumption of Pepsi products in more than 200 countries. $23 billion brands with over 70 billion in revenue over 2022. Just congratulations on all the work. I think what would be great for everyone is you have a really cool and unique role at Pepsi. And I think it'd be great for everybody to hear about the journey that you've been on with Pepsi and kind of what your role is today.
Thank you, Craig. I'm so glad to be here. So I'm Shebnam Merim. I'm the Global Vice President of Marketing. working in PepsiCo headquarters in Purchase, New York. I've been with the company for 17 years. When I introduce all those years and the locations, people go, well, we just moved from Dallas to Chicago and we consider that relocation. So I started in Eastern Europe. I was leading the snacks marketing, then moved to UK, leading Walker's business. And then these are all snacks. Then moved to Dubai, leading Asia, Middle East, North Africa. So I had India, China, Asia Pacific, and Middle East nutrition business. And 5 years ago, I moved to New York with my family, managing the global brands, which is great. So all those years, PepsiCo provided great opportunity to work with wonderful people and experiencing all those cultures that I'm grateful.
That's so great. I think it's an amazing journey you've been on, and thank you for joining today. One of the first questions I have for you is just, it's clear today that in the consumer goods space, especially, it's not enough to just serve the consumers with only great products, but you have to serve the communities that they're in and as well as the planet that they live in. We've especially seen this become true at Snap with the Gen Z and millennial generations who just come to expect more from the brands that they choose today. And PepsiCo has been such a great leader in the space. How do you think about that today inside of the work that you've done? And what are some programs that you're especially proud of?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Craig. So we made a very recent survey with over 5,000 consumers in 10 regions, and which shows results that consumers are very passionate and they really expect more and more sustainable actions from the big brands and also big companies like PepsiCo and the food and beverage iconic brands like Lay's, Doritos, Quaker, Pepsi, and Aquafina. So actually how we leverage the scale and the power of our brands with the sustainability actions to create positive impact, not only to the communities, but to the planet is good for the business, but it's good for the society as well. And it's a big responsibility. So we've been on this journey for many years, and our brands have undergone through the purposeful positioning and transforming their purpose into meaningful actions for the planet and the communities. And maybe just to give you some examples, and I will try to keep it short because I can go on and on. I'm quite passionate about this.
These topic. Are so good though. These are so good.
Yeah, so the first one is Doritos. This brand is rooted in igniting bold self-expression, and we believe people are their boldest when they're able to be their true selves. So we've been leading and supporting the LGBTQ+ communities over many years. And we're quite active, especially in Latin America markets, in Mexico and Brazil. And this was first, we started with the Pride, but now we went beyond the Pride itself, and we're telling our authentic stories, true stories. And this rainbow platform is becoming a always-on platform. And this year in Mexico, we're celebrating our 6th year. And the team is doing an amazing job telling those stories and empowering those bold voices to be heard, and hoping that we can move the needle on those, acceptance and human expression. And they started a great campaign during the pandemic. Pride is shared as a family. So it really shows those emotional stories during Christmas or Mother's Day that can truly be celebrated with the family. And this got tremendous mentions in the international coverage as well. So that's one platform we're very keen to continue. The other one is with Lay's. So we've been partnering with PepsiCo Foundation and the organization called CARE behind the program She Feeds the World. So this is all about building the advocacy of equality for women farmers in agriculture. And again, farming is very dear to our hearts because as you can imagine, with a scale of brand like Lay's, we're supporting a lot of farmers. But when you look at the statistics, it's really shocking that over almost half of the workforce are females. And unfortunately, they're disadvantaged when it comes to the land, access to the land rights, technical or financial aid. And the research shows that if we give equal opportunities to women, the yield, the farming yield can increase to 20 to 30%, which can have a huge impact in the reducing the hunger in the world. So that's why Lay's is taking a big action here, and we're planning to reach 5 million farmers and their families across the world. So this is not a new initiative, but we're getting more and more attraction with the local communities and our businesses. So this is one of the big programs over the years as well. And maybe if I have time, the third one is about the planet. So Pepsi Max just launched their recent campaign in Spain, which is nothing tastes better than 100% recycled bottle. So again, this is very much at the forefront of their brand purpose. And Spain will be one of the 9 European markets, but we've been doing those efforts over the many years with Tropicana, Naked, so all the other beverage categories. And very recently, you will hear this month from Lay's as well. I cannot reveal more, but giving a second chance to our packs, and again, bringing joy to the communities around the world. So more to come.
So great. And you think about those initiatives and just, being your true authentic self. And that's something that, Snap obviously prides itself on is a platform where you can be your true authentic self. And that communication is so much more authentic. And then when brands can integrate into that, it just becomes a perfect symbiotic relationship. When you think about kind of those brands of purpose and how you're positioning that, how do you think about that and the impact it'll have on the future business for PepsiCo?
Sure. Purpose is very important. As we discussed before, consumers are expecting more and more from the brands and the companies. And the brand purpose is very much woven into our company purpose and business decisions. And also research shows that companies or brands with purpose, actually their productivity level increases, their innovation level increases, and they're able to attract best talent and retain those talents, because also employees want to work for companies that have great purposes, and overall they perform much better. So it's good for the society, it's good for the people, and it's good for the companies.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more. I think that working at those companies is critical. I mean, at Snap, we've just published our first citizen report that speaks around planet, society, people, and the commitment to governance. So it couldn't be more imperative. When you think about PepsiCo as just this massive multinational company that it is and all the success, how do you think about taking those globally purpose-driven moments and really making them locally relevant?
Yeah. That's a great question, Craig, because I think the success of big companies lies in the global consistency of their brands, but also not missing the nuances in getting into the local insights and being culturally relevant. So it's very important that the teams work together on that. So for example, again, if we stay on the same Doritos example, our global brand purpose is igniting bold self-expression. But how it manifests itself in the markets can be different, and the messaging staying locally relevant or culturally relevant. So we talked about the Latin America example of the rainbow and the LGBTQ. In the US, last year, it was all about amplifying Black voices. So we partnered with the BET Media. So we gave a stage, amplified the stage for the Black creators to showcase their creative art and messaging. And similarly in Turkey, they're going to be focusing on failure is for the bold, which is quite bold, if I may say. So they're launching a campaign, Doritos Courage crowdfunding, and which showcase to the consumers and the youth to show that they should not really deviate from their passions or interests, despite of the fear of being failure. So those are some of the examples that we will continue to tweak the messaging according to the local needs.
That's great. And I have to remind everyone, if you have any questions for Shebnam, please put them into the Q&A. We'll have some time at the end to answer. So if anything pops in as we're going, please enter them in. But pivoting the conversation just a little bit, Shebnam, I think one of the most interesting things that's happened over the last kind of year and a half is this shift in consumer behavior. And we all know that COVID was a big piece of that. And I think one of the things that Pepsi did really phenomenally was staying agile throughout all of that and kind of staying attentive to consumer needs. And as that consumer journey has changed over the last year and a half, just making sure that the brands were positioned to support their consumers during that time. In your unique purview as a global leader, seeing so many different regions and the consumer needs across the board, what are some of the shifts and trends that have been most notable to you?
Sure. I think one thing COVID taught us is to be better connected with the consumers and those shifts, because they were changing so rapidly, right? So a couple of maybe big shifts. So the first one is the in-home consumption. So more and more consumers started doing changes, improvements in their homes, and as things are going back to normal, I think they will still take a huge pride showing off their homes and using their home as a hub to socialize with friends and family. So we believe that will stay, and that brings a diverse occasions as well. We call it almost like a convenience store relocated in your house. So as a company, we need to make sure that our products and the messaging is relevant for those occasions. And the variety will be very important. So the second one is also, when you look at those in-home consumption, there will be new skills added, because people acquired new skills during COVID, whether it's baking or cooking. Again, probably that will not go away. And that will bring probably a new version of healthier snacking. And the definition of health also changed. So from the traditional physical health, consumers started preferring more like social health or mental health. So as a company, as a leader company, we can no longer talk about taking the negatives out, like the sat fat or the oil. We should be looking into innovative ways to offering snacking options for the customized needs of the consumers. So I think these are some of the big ones.
Yeah.
As the shifts, yeah.
No, it's so true. And I think, one of the things you start to see is the consumer communication retention and how consumers are harvesting that information and ingesting it and then making lifestyle choices. And I think, we've noticed that. I think one of the great partnerships that we've been fortunate enough to do with PepsiCo was our Super Bowl lens that we did. And in the way that we communicated back to the PepsiCo consumer base and the Cheetos fans, and we made an entire Super Bowl commercial traceable through augmented reality. And, we were able to steal the Cheetos bags, and we saw 50,000 people engage with that. And that sort of engagement has become just more and more prevalent, I think, with your consumer base and consumers across the globe. How critical do you think it is for you guys to continue to stay on the leading edge of that innovation, and how you speak to your audience to communicate those health messages and those brand benefit messages as that evolution happens?
Totally. And staying on the leading edge of innovation is very important, because as you said, Craig, consumers are consuming the media and the content very differently now. They're almost looking for one-to-one connection, and data-driven digital experience is becoming more and more important. So I wanted to give also example of the Champions League as well. So at the beginning of the COVID, just before the COVID, actually, we were on air with a campaign called Distracted Stadium. So as you can see from the top, the name itself, so there were people in the stadium, large gathering, which was not, of course, relevant for the COVID environment. So we became quite agile. In less than 6 weeks, we had to adapt our messaging and develop a whole new campaign for the COVID environment, which we looked at the how consumers spend their time at home and through the social listening, and managed to pull a campaign, 360 campaign, which was called "Drop Everything, It's Game Time." So you see consumers abandoning their half-finished puzzles or half-baked cakes to be in the football mindset again. So we leveraged that in the UCL last summer. And this year as well, as COVID changes everywhere in the world, so we were showcasing the apartment arena. So basically showing the consumers at home, but in a way creating like stadium-like atmosphere, enjoying the game together, but not necessarily together. It can be apart as well. So again, changing your content messaging is very, very important. And I want to also mention the messy messages, which were shortlisted in the Cannes line. So we're waiting for the results for Thursday. So we leveraged an advanced AI technology, leveraging Messi's actual voice in different languages. So consumers were able to invite their friends and family to watch the game, whether they're together or apart. So finding new and innovative ways to be still relevant is very important. And as you go through the phases, you develop new skills and new capabilities working with your agencies.
Yeah, it's so great. And I think that especially the PepsiCo brands, and they have such a key element of bringing those big events into consumers' homes and taking a part of their lifestyle. And I think, as we look out to 2021, there's obviously tons of learnings that we can look back on. But one of the exciting things is that, as we look out at 2021, we're all either kind of slowly jumping back in or quickly jumping back into what normalcy looks like. And I think that, one of the things you kind of see across the Snap community in general is this highly optimistic reopening stage where we're looking forward to an epic summer, if you will. And one of the things when you think about the PepsiCo brands, they're always at those events. You think at the concerts, you think at the football games, you remember the Pepsi logo on the drinks, you see the snacks on the stage, in the convenience sections, they're all over. I think what do you think one of the big brand lessons that you learned through COVID that you will take with you kind of through the reopening stage? What do you think that looks like? What was one big kind of learning from that?
Sure. What we realize is in order to reach the consumers, you don't need to be we were a company where our products are enjoyed at home and outside of the home, of course. But in order to reach consumers, you can find really new and innovative ways. So we will just watch it one step at a time. But again, in order to be in their lives and in those occasions, you don't need to be only in the outdoor and all those events. So again, even the consuming of those events are becoming more innovative, right? So the consumers are doing it at home while inviting their friends over with the AI technology or digital savvy technology. So they're finding ingenious ways to connect with each other. I think one thing that we learned, during COVID is nothing is gonna be the same. The way we consume media, the way we do events, or the way we work or connect with each other. So we have to be agile and we have to find new and innovative ways where the consumers are. So we need to find different ways.
That's a perfect segue into the next question, Shebnam, which is, as you think about the major events starting up again, how is PepsiCo thinking of re-engaging and celebrating really alongside those consumers in those moments, especially when you've been there for so many years now? You can't really think of celebrating without the PepsiCo suite of products.
Totally. And we work with the local authorities. So we're launching, again, a very big global program this year across the world with Lay's. But we work with the local authorities, making sure that we adhere to those regulations, social distancing, wearing masks, all of those. People also this is a time people want to be outdoors and also reconnect as well. So we don't want to miss the opportunity, but we want to be still responsible and also give the messages to our consumers while they're consuming our brand. Still adhere to those important elements, I guess, but we will be present. So definitely we will be in their lives in those events as well as things are opening up.
That's great. So we're going to do, please put in any questions you have. I've got a couple coming in, but we're going to pivot and do a quick little fun 6-question lightning round with Shebnam, just so you can get to know a little bit more about her. So we'll do that, and then while we're doing that, we'll kind of let some more questions flow in, and then tackle those next. So Shebnam, have to ask, Cheetos or Lay's Classic?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I'm more Lay's Classic. Yeah.
Lay's Classic. I tend to agree. Super Bowl or World Cup?
Oh, World Cup.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I mean, football has been in our culture. I'm from Turkey, so that's why football is, I watch it all the time. So I would say World Cup.
I love it. Regular Pepsi or Diet Pepsi?
I like Pepsi Max. It's quite different taste, so I would prefer Pepsi Max. Yeah.
Right in the middle. I like it. The Super Bowl halftime show, Justin Timberlake or Prince?
Oh, Prince, definitely. And I had the opportunity to watch him in London. I mean, he's just amazing.
That was probably the best answer that you could have had. We could probably stop there, but I have to ask, snap lenses or snap filters?
Oh, snap filters. I'm having a lot of fun with my kids as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, discovering new things.
It's the great kid connector for sure, the filter. And then last one, salty or sweet snacks?
Oh, salty. I'm a big fan of salty. Even before joining PepsiCo, I would prefer salty anytime.
I love it. Okay, great. Well, we've got a few questions that have come in. So I love this one. When you think about bringing the brands with purpose to life that you just talked about so eloquently, what's one of the biggest challenges that you've faced bringing that to life globally?
Sure. So brands with purpose should not be a marketing only initiative or a sustainability initiative. I think it requires a big effort from cross-functional teams, and it's not always easy because we tried that in the past as well. But at the moment, the reason why we got a great momentum, I think marketing should play a big role of almost like coordinating all those functions. But when we were building our purposes for our big global brands, we were connecting with our agro team, supply chain, diversity and engagement, our PepsiCo Foundation, insights team, your creative agencies. So it requires a really multifunctional skills and knowledge if you truly want to do your purpose and translate into meaningful actions. The second one, I would say, it's a long-term investment and long-term thinking. Don't think about it. It's a one-off activation. So again, and it should be very much integrated into your company's purpose. So whatever actions you're taking by brand credibly, at the end should link back to your company goals to make some meaningful impact in the world or in the communities. And the third one, I would say, it's like, don't try to do it alone. There are so many great partners, so many great NGOs. Just select them, work with them. It's a long-term investment, and they're quite passionate about whichever field you choose. But what I've seen so far is so much better and easier with the partners, and leverage your local business, definitely. Local with the global purpose and the local excellence is the best formula.
Yeah, and you've really seen that come to. I mean, I can't tell you how much it's been so great watching Pepsi work locally back and seeing all those frontline workers, and not only them, but just the support for small local business that goes into the work you guys have done has been phenomenal. I like this question as well. When you think about your kind of overarching media plan, how do you think that global media plan supports kind of this brand with purpose initiative? And what role do you see kind of media playing behind that to educate, kind of outside of you and I talking about it on the Brand Innovators Livecast? But what's the role of media behind that?
Totally. Media is very important. And the way we work with our partners, definitely we have global media partners, but again, it's very important to connect with the local partners, because the way you segment the media and your audience is very, very important and very different. The market nuances, the local nuances are so different. And I would say, don't think about your brand purpose separate than your equity campaign or your big platforms like UCL or your flavors campaign. So your brand purpose and your sustainability actions should be all laddering up to the same brand growth strategy, because otherwise it will look very separate. It will not be the same tonality. It will not be the same done in a same credible way. So I always tell my team and the local teams to treat this as one big plan, but don't try to do it all at once. Like focus on one or two big ideas, and that's more than enough. But invest behind them on an ongoing basis, because we cannot just talk to ourselves, right? So the consumers need to understand and appreciate those efforts. And if you can leverage the media and turn those actions, your investment into a movement, that's for me the ultimate stage. So we're not there yet, but we're hoping to be at that stage where, you know, consumers also help you to move the needle on those purpose initiatives. I think that's very important.
Yeah, I love that, Shebnam, and it actually dovetails really nicely into the next question, which is something you kind of alluded to before in the conversation, which is, you know, over the last year, how has PepsiCo kept a drumbeat on the consumer needs and expectations from the consumers? And you kind of mentioned one of the learnings from COVID was needing to get more responsive quicker and keeping that drumbeat on. So how did you guys do that?
Yeah, I mean, we leverage a lot of techniques, internal techniques, inside techniques. In the past, the way we used to research or the way we used to evaluate was quite traditional. Like it used to take a lot of time to assess an innovation idea or assess a campaign. Now, thanks to our insights, tools, and techniques, we're becoming so agile. Like we can understand whether a creative idea works well with different audience groups. Like we can get those segmentation in different markets in days. It used to take us weeks. So it's so important to get that analysis and data-driven mindset for everything. So similarly, shopper marketing, we can get the data from different big customers or through our tools and techniques, again, in days, and that can shape the whole launch campaign in a market tremendously. So I think those will be very important. Data-driven technologies will be very important.
That's fantastic. There's a lot of love in the chat for the new snacks innovation, the Cheetos Crunch Pop Mix and the Cheetos Mac and Cheese. Can you talk a little bit, give us the behind the scenes on how some of those innovations come to life, where the consumer insights come from some of those? Are those, you know, employees' kids who say, "Mom, I'm going to take a bag of Cheetos and crush it up and put it in a box of mac and cheese," and then it's brilliance from there? Where do some of those great innovations come from, and how have you seen those come to life over your career there?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. As PepsiCo, we get innovation ideas everywhere, and I can tell you some of the areas as well. One is we definitely, I talked about the brand growth strategy, so we have jobs to be done. So if you want to, you know, reach out to new consumers or new occasions, especially important after post-COVID. So we know exactly those occasions and what does consumers, we call it hire and fire in those occasions. So knowing your competitive set, and you should not only look at the categories, because in those occasions, consumers may be consuming so many different things. So in order to understand that and their motives is very important. Again, the way we do innovation is very cross-functional way as well. So we bring our, what we call thought partners, and a lot of R&D insights, you know, sales folks as well, because at the end of the day, they will sell it to the customers. So it's almost like a mosaic of mini PepsiCo. And we do sessions, and people love those sessions. And we even have a lab, innovation lab. So we can even do rapid prototyping, seeing those products come to almost like a kitchen type, you know, so it's quite good. And also we have internal mechanism as well. So we gather every year ideas from the employees, because we believe everybody can be creative and innovation can come anywhere, like a factory employee, factory worker, or a frontline salesperson. So we filter those ideas as well. And the teams compete for the ideas. So they really take their time from their day-to-day job and compete for those ideas. And those ideas goes all the way to our PepsiCo CEO. and recognized at that level. I think that also brings that whole innovation culture to life and keep the momentum going.
I love that. The mini mosaic of PepsiCo is great, because I think one of the things that you learn kind of quickly is an insight can come from anywhere. It does not matter what level you are or where you're at, and some of the powerful connections of your brands are just groundbreaking for that. So that I love that question, that answer. The next question I love, it's a little deep, but I do love it. It's you know, with the brand purpose initiative, kind of that you, Shebnam, are leading, like, what would you want the company to be remembered for, and yourself to be remembered for 50 years from now, being in the position you are at PepsiCo?
That's a very deep one, but it's very dear to my heart as well. I think what I would love to be remembered for is our brands taking an action responsibly and credibly, leveraging their own tone of voice and creating an impact. It doesn't need to be solving for everything, but taking the right steps in the right way for the communities and planet. It's very, very important. And companies are doing what they need to do, but I think that if brands can do it in a credible way, consumers would be more inclined to connect with brands, almost in an emotional way. So I would love to be remembered, if one way or another, if we can create and make a difference in the world or in the communities by those programs. Yeah.
That's amazing. I think one of the interesting things in the themes that I've seen inside of these questions is just the cultural relevance of PepsiCo and how the brands are kind of transcending. And really, you see that in your advertising that we've been lucky enough to work with you on, and in some of the lenses and the videos that you've done with the team, and how creatively you've kind of orchestrated your message out to the consumer base. When you think about kind of the next 10 years of that, with the brands to purpose life, with where the consumer journey is going, kind of as you mentioned, the different jobs to be done that you're filling off, what would you leave kind of the group with as your kind of key action steps as you kind of look out over the next 10 to 15 years of where you want to take some of these brands and the stories that they have to tell?
Yeah, I think walk the talk is very important, and I think every brand should their own different path and different way. So Lay's cannot behave like Doritos, similarly Pepsi versus Aquafina or Quaker. So I think every brand should their credible way to make a positive impact in the world, and give those right messages in a consistent way over the years. Again, this is a long-term investment, long-term building the brands. And I believe if you don't build your brands with purpose, it becomes quite gimmicky. It becomes, you don't stand for anything, or it doesn't look credible, especially in the eyes of consumers and key opinion leaders. That's a real must, and that's what you owe to the brands you're leading as the global lead or a regional lead or an agency. Like, you should really drive for that.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I think that's so on point. And one of the things that we just continue to see is that authenticity matters, right? And having brands having that consistent theme across region, across country, across globe is laddering up. I think maybe the last question that kind of came through that was really interesting was just your take on e-commerce. I think as the change from COVID that is exacerbated it, it was already probably moving in that direction. It's just very much poured gasoline on the fire to kind of spark e-commerce. But from your global purview, do you see that trend kind of sticking? Do you see consumers expecting their PepsiCo products and their snacks to show up at their doorsteps, kind of as you mentioned, having that pantry in their house? Do you see that trend staying for the foreseeable future?
Totally. I see e-commerce becoming more important, not only for consumers, but also customers as well. The way they get their even goods from the distributors. So I think the digital or digitization will play a very important role, because I think one thing will stay for sure is consumers and customers will be looking for convenience. And now that they could see that they could get it in 48 hours, or even in some markets like China. I'm working with China. It's just in 2 hours you can get anything you want at your doorstep. So I don't think there's anything going back. For companies like PepsiCo, it means we have to be really find customized solutions to look at those trends and look at the consumer needs and find product and packaging solutions. So packaging also goes hand in hand with those solutions, will be very, very important.
That's amazing. Well, it looks like our MC is here, but Shebnam, thank you for the chat and congrats on all of the great work you guys are doing over at PepsiCo.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you both so much for being here. Really appreciate the time, and I know our community gained so much value getting to hear from you. So hope to have you back soon.
Thank you so much. See you. Bye.
Well, we're excited to continue the afternoon of programming. Definitely recommend everyone tuning in at home to submit questions into the chat panel for our speakers. Would love to hear your thoughts on their presented materials, so definitely send those in. So excited to introduce our next fireside chat. We'll be hearing from Ramon Soto, the Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at Northwell Health. And this session will be moderated by Mike Dunn, the Executive Vice President at Rogers & Cohen, PMK. It's like they're joining right now. Hi, Ramon. How are you?
Hey, Emily. How are you?
I'm fabulous. So glad to have you here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. There's Mike.
And there's my partner in crime, Mike Dunn.
Hello. I'm glad we got this background thing figured out. That's it's a good start.
Yeah, starting off on a strong note. All technical, things are working, all fire cylinders. So I'll hand it over to you guys and let you take it away.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you so much. So I'm Mike Dunn. I'm the Executive Vice President, Rogers & Cohen PMK. We are an integrated marketing agency who provide brand solutions across entertainment. I run a group that is very focused on music and esports. I'm lucky enough to work on Northwell Health, which is a client of ours. We have been successful in building a purpose-driven platform around military and supporting veterans and their families, and also supporting healthcare workers because of obviously the pandemic and everything that's transpired over the last year and a half or so. I'll let Ramon introduce himself because he's going to do a better job than I will. And then we can get into the topic of the conversation.
Thanks, Mike. So my name is Ramon Soto. I'm the Senior Vice President, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for Northwell Health, a long title. I've been here for about 6 years, and my job was really to transport marketing in healthcare to a very different place. If you think about how healthcare organizations typically market, we market in terms of what we call an episode of care. A person gets injured, they get ill. They see this great institution, they see this fabulous clinician, they get better. But the opportunity is really to redefine that and take the journey with the consumer very differently. Requires us to be purpose-driven, to really focus on the mission of healthcare, to have a dialogue and conversation, to engage with consumers very differently than we have in the past, and to tell the story very differently. So we'll share a little bit of that journey with you today. Mike has been a great partner in helping us engage very differently with consumers.
Great. Yeah, so let's talk about that. Content being the key piece, right? I think we've all been inundated by so much content over the last year and a half or year. Live experiences have become content, virtual concerts, everything is content. But I think the real key is how you truly stand out. And is it amongst your competitors or is it amongst everyone, right? And I think we've really seen brands step up and understand the value of purpose and saying important things and having great values. Northwell, I don't know if everybody's super familiar with Northwell Health, but they are the largest employer in New York. They oversee hospitals like Lenox Hill and some of the biggest hospitals in New York, and just an incredible company driven by purpose. Ramon has done such a nice job diversifying the company from all the sponsorship assets that they that they're a part of, and really just a great storyteller. I mean, Ramon is a true marketer. He understands his audience so well, and what's going to engage them in a big way and really build community. So, you know, I'd say Northwell had maybe not exciting, maybe an eventful year, right? Administering the first ever COVID vaccine to Sandra Lindsay, which was a big moment for the brand, and just being there on the front lines of COVID. So really a unique position for a healthcare company. And so I'd love to hear a little bit from Ramon on, you know, how that thrusting into COVID changed or inspired the way you approached your content plans and your strategy and how you went about it.
So thanks for the question, Mike. You know, COVID was a shock to the system, a shock to society, one of those cultural moments that hopefully we don't see for a very long period of time resurging. And it was very important for us to take the journey with consumers. We were the front line, and as Mike talked about, Northwell is the largest private employer in the state of New York, about 75,000 employees. We run 23 hospitals. We have about 850 physician practices, ports of entry, if you will, for consumers. And we have about 30% market share in New York City. And when COVID hit that first wave, New York was the epicenter of COVID in the country, and Northwell was the epicenter of COVID in New York. It really puts in perspective the mission. I will tell you, they were pretty dark days in the early days. We took the playbook and we actually threw it out, and we were inspired by the epidemiology of the disease. And COVID looks like a bell curve. And that first front end was all about making sure that we were taking the journey with consumers, that we were flooding the zone with information, that we were addressing the fear that this stealth-like disease permeating through society was creating, because we knew we would get through it. And we had been through different issues in varying degrees like this before. At the peak of COVID, that first wave, the message shifted to resilience and recovery, and that we had successfully gone through it, and that we wanted to celebrate this cultural moment where you had the 7 p.m. clap out and a society that was very grateful to those who ran towards the danger. And then post that resilience phase was the recovery phase, because many consumers put aside their own personal health because they didn't want to touch the disease. But that had a number of knock-on effects, and we had to get people back into our institutions. Now we're in this COVID tail. It's COVID in a chronic state. It's not going away. So how does society deal with that on a long-term basis? And Mike really helped us at the peak celebrate healthcare heroes who ran towards danger to keep us safe. And historically, we would do brand acts to engage with society and the public and make sure they knew who we are and what we believe from a mission standpoint. Northwell stands for Better Health for All. It's a very democratic view, a populist view of healthcare in the best use of that word. And we had executed a number of engagements focusing on different aspects of healthcare delivery. One, which is near and dear to our heart, is military and veterans. And we had done really the pinnacle event, the closing event for Fleet Week in partnership with the Navy back in 2019 as a grand event. It was daytime activation, a takeover of Rockefeller Center, an evening concert with Imagine Dragons headlining, a lot of public interaction. During COVID, we had to throw out that playbook as well, and it turned into a celebration of all those who ran towards danger to keep us safe. So still recognizing active duty military, still recognizing the veterans who have served this country so well, but also a reflection of frontline nurses and nursing staff who did extraordinary work in an extraordinary period of time. And the results were very positive. And Mike, I'll pause there.
Yeah, look, I think that that's great, right? I think as a healthcare network, you inherently have these amazing stories built in, right? You have real heroes working for the company that are doing just amazing work in the community and just overall. So taking those stories and putting those out as content and allowing people to engage with it, I think is really powerful. And what I love about what Northwell does is you wouldn't expect a healthcare network to show up in these great, passion points, right? They really understand their audience. So whether you're at an Islander playoff game, you may notice Northwell, their naming rights at Jones Beach, they're just really there at the point of passion of their consumers. And I think it really gives them a benefit over all the other hospital networks, right? Because they really understand what drives behavior. And it's not about just, constantly talking to people when they're not feeling well, but it's this feeling of community. And I think Ramon in particular has done such a nice job coming into Northwell and leading this charge and really leading with purpose, which again, I think is used very frequently now, but they really are a network that leads with that. I think it starts with Ramon and all the way up to Michael Dowling, who's the CEO. So yeah, look, I think we're telling some great stories. And, I think content's a great way to do it. We've seen it evolve. And, like Ramon was saying, this year we did a little bit of a hybrid of in-person events and content as well. And I think it was a nice mix. I think we're both very excited to get back to live. But obviously content's going to be a big part of that, right? You need to have something scalable that's going to help tell your story to as many consumers as possible. So Ramon, I guess, talk to me a little bit about some of the other efforts that you guys are doing. I know that we featured, the nurse choir, the Northwell Nurse Choir, which has become quite the big deal. I don't know if folks watch America's Got Talent, but the golden buzzer winning Northwell Nurse Choir has really taken on some heat, and everybody seems to love them. They have such an incredible story. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Sure.
How that came about?
This goes back to your comments about content strategy and engagement. So just clicking up a level, what we try to do in terms of taking the journey with consumers differently and engaging with them. Not just shouting our brand to them on the paid side, but really having these intimate moments, these purpose-driven moments. We look for these very special intersections of culture and health. These moments of opportunity to help illuminate the brand, and certainly help. If you look at these very special moments in time, and you can shine a light on the brand very differently, it allows you an opportunity to tell a very different story and take the journey with consumers differently, and then also gives them an opportunity to absorb your brand in a very special way. Arguably, this started with Side by Side, the program that you helped us launch. We also did a 9-episode Netflix docudrama called Lenox Hill. Very positively received globally, over 12 billion impressions. Didn't cost a lot, traded IP value to Netflix for really distribution access for the content, but storytelling and content creation at its core. We will be releasing a COVID documentary in partnership with National Geographic's later this year, because it's this important cultural moment that deserves its place in history and an understanding of what happened behind the closed doors. These nurses again, and these physicians who ran towards danger. For the last year, you've only seen them in masks. And what are their loves, lives, passions? Who are they? How do they deal with this? What was the real mortality that you never saw in arguably a war that we went through? And then again, these moments to celebrate these people who have protected us. It was interesting. We did a streaming concert last year for Nurse Heroes in November. And we curated about 50 nurses across Northwell who could sing. We did the whole singing boxes, kind of like Mike and I are talking here. They did a smash up song of Stand By Me with Leslie Odom Jr. Fabulous content. It got picked up by America's Got Talent and said, look, this is this really interesting moment where we have an opportunity to celebrate those who have kept us safe. And again, add texture, content, a persona around these individuals. So 18 of those original 50 nurses, because of COVID restrictions, were invited to compete on America's Got Talent. They performed live, and as Mike suggested, they got the golden buzzer. The NBC did a great job with content creation around their whole life story. It was incredibly powerful because they were brand ambassadors, not just for Northwell, but for a whole cadre of people who have protected us. Nurses across the country were very proud, and we were proud to just allow them to move forward and tell their story. Very positive reaction. Howie Mandel hit the golden buzzer. I don't really watch America's Got Talent, but it was fascinating to watch. I cried. They advanced to the next round. They're legitimate contestants for $1 million. And it's a brand act. It is another moment where we're building brand love, this engagement point with consumers, so that we're not fighting when they're going through a health event to create this relationship. The relationship is starting well before that. We're filling them with knowledge of who we are, our ethos, the kind of brand that we are.
Yeah, look, I think that's super important, and I think that's why it's been successful, right? I think something that you just said that really rings true is, I think with a lot of other brands I work with, a lot of time the marketers want the brand first, right? They want the brand up front. They want the brand getting all the first credit and kind of that first look. With Northwell, they lead with the story, right? And I think that's what helps make this emotional connection and has people leaning in, right? Because they're so compelling that when you start to hear it, you want to know more. And then you start to discover that it's Northwell behind it, or Northwell is the one that creating all this amazing work. And I think that's why it's working, right? I think leading with story versus brand, and allowing, you mentioned some of these artists and different platforms that you partner with, allowing those partners to pull your brand in an authentic way, right? And giving it a real purpose, which doesn't always happen, right? I think sometimes brands, it's like they have a logo placement. That's not what Northwell's about, right? They want to lead with story and true engagement. And I think they're smart enough that they know the brand is going to follow and help build that brand awareness in a really positive way.
To build on that, Mike, so we're very comfortable being in a supporting role. So for America's Got Talent, the nurses were the heroes there. For Side by Side, active duty military and veterans are the hero there, and we're in the supporting role. If you look at the metrics, it builds brand love. I am telling you right now, the Side by Side, the first year that we executed it, we studied the marketplace. We had a 66% increase in brand stature. To date, our net promoter score has never been higher. Awareness levels have never been higher. Likelihood to recommend, perception of the organization. Part of that is this cultural moment that we all went through. We all have gratitude for what health systems and healthcare did. The other part is how we curated the brand through that moment and really provided content to New Yorkers, taking the journey with them, making them feel safe, making them understand that we were going to get them through this in a very successful fashion. That has pretty substantial dividends. For us now, the challenge is how do you lock that in? And how do you lock that in an environment where nobody wants to talk about COVID anymore? We certainly don't want to talk about COVID anymore. So we're evolving to that next stage of relationship building, content generation, and engagement with our consumers.
That's great. So we know Northwell services are offered in New York, but the brand itself has more of this national feel and scale, right? Sandra Lindsay was on the inauguration, right? And she was the first nurse, a Northwell nurse, to get the vaccine. Talk to me just a little bit about that, right? I mean, I think really focused on New York, creating content for that community, but then kind of it's bigger than that, and the stories are bigger than that, right? And so, talk to me a little bit about being so focused in New York, but how that really grows outside of that into a national presence.
Yes. So first of all, great question. Our core market is in New York, and we do tailor that content for that marketplace. The secondary KPI is to build national presence. We want to be a destination healthcare brand across the country. And very purposely, we use earned media to do that. I think Sandra Lindsay was a great example of that, where she was the first person in the United States to receive her vaccine. Everything that happened that day when she received her shot was curated, highly choreographed, orchestrated to make sure we were building that national and frankly international presence. And that too has paid off in dividends. And I see Emily, our friend, is back. Emily.
I don't mean to cut you off early,
All
but
good, all good.
Great story to end on. I feel like that was, obviously a huge, brand awareness moment, and just a great moment for the country overall to get to witness and celebrate as a community. So thank you so much for joining our program today, both of you. Thanks, Michael, for being a great moderator, and we hope to have you both back again soon.
Sounds good. Emily, thank you. Mike, as always, thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Great, thanks. Bye now.
Bye. Well, we are excited to move into our last panel of the day. The program has just flown by with so much, great content material shared by so many great marketers. And this last one is no exception. So we're really thrilled to be hearing from Eduardo Luz, the Chief Brand and Concept Officer at Panera Bread. And moderating this session will be Cerise Velasco, the Director of Midwest and Mid-Market Advertising Sales at Zynga. They're coming on shortly for our final session of day 2. Hi there.
Hi, how are you, Emily?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Hi, Eduardo. It's good to see you.
Hi, Cerise. How are you? Hi, Emily. How's it going, guys?
Great. We're really glad to have you guys to close out the program today. End on a high, last but certainly not least. So I'll hand it over to you so we can get straight into it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Emily. Eduardo, I'm so excited to speak with you. I know I connected with your team earlier, and we were able to really get a good understanding of what Panera has done, is doing, and what they're looking to do towards the future. And so I'm wanting to just kind of get a little bit of information on, give us a background on you. I know you came into the company at a very interesting time. I think it was May of 2020, and you probably didn't think you were going to go into something this challenging, but I think your background overall really helped support innovation. And I think just the legacy of Panera as a whole really kind of helped with that too, because I think there was already a foundation that started with that, correct?
Absolutely. Cerise, great to be here. I assume you're speaking from Cannes, France?
Yes, in my bedroom. No, just kidding.
Same here. I'm in Ohio visiting a franchisee. No, yes, I joined in March last year. Yes, when I accepted the job was pre-pandemic, so interesting time to join. But to your point, Panera has a long tradition of innovation and disrupting itself and the marketplace. And we took full advantage of that culture of innovation to navigate the pandemic successfully. And, a year and a half or whatever later, we are growing Panera versus pre-pandemic levels. And the team is very proud of that.
Now, you have a very interesting background because it's not CPG, it's not QSR, it's actually CPG. Right. Do you want to kind of go into some instances as to like what led you to going into the QSR category as a whole, and then how your CPG and even your time at Accenture actually helped you get to the point where you are right now?
Sure. Yeah, look, I fell in love very early with the consumer space and, how to interact with consumers and all that. But, my career by chance was always on the CPG space. So I work on beverages, personal care, home care, food and beverages. And CPG is a great business, but interestingly, people forget that's basically a B2B2C business. You have to do things through your retail partners, which is fun, no problem. But the beauty of restaurant brands is basically a gigantic direct-to-consumer brand. And that always appealed to me. I always dream of having like a brand that you can speak directly to your consumers and see how they react in real time. That's exactly what Panera is, and it's a dream to manage this brand in this business. So the moment I had the opportunity to join a company like that, I thought it was too good to pass.
So you talked about the B2B and then versus the B2C consumer. Can you go into more of that? Because I feel like you probably have more of a touch point with that person right away where you can actually see, and it probably impacts how you guys make decisions, not only from a marketing standpoint, but also from just food selection in your menu.
No, totally. Look, in our cafes, given the data that we have, and Panera has a largest loyalty program in the industry. We have 43 million members in the program, right? So it's very easy for us. The data is available to see how people are reacting to what we're doing. And we know in a matter of days, not even weeks, if things that we're doing are resonating with our guests, the way we call them. And it's fascinating and it's humbling because, half of the time you're wrong about things and you have to be humble to continue to listen and adjust and improve the experience over time. But it's a fascinating feedback loop of days and weeks that you have to react to. And, I'm loving it. My team is used to that and I'm still learning, but I think we're taking full advantage of that data availability ourselves.
Wonderful. So you talked about innovation, and I know Panera has led the front on many different opportunities. One specifically that you launched prior to the pandemic was your unlimited coffee subscription. Right. Can you go into that?
Right. So, the idea was high quality coffee in this country is extremely expensive, as we know, and it does not have to be, right? Panera has an amazing quality coffee, the best source and, the best processes and all that. And we said, what if we find a way to democratize access to high quality coffee and find a way to create a flywheel that will benefit Panera in the sense that it's such a great value that people will come and generate traffic to our cafes. And once there, they will benefit from the experience of being there or buying digitally and attach some food items from our menu to that trip. And this is exactly what's happening. So we have hundreds of thousands of subscribers now to our program. It's over 10% of our traffic. And as you can imagine, we convince those guests, those subscribers, to attach a lot of times when they come. So it is an experience that benefits everybody. For the guests, for $9 a month, they can have unlimited premium coffee, which is, I think we're the first ones in the industry to do that at scale. For us, it's new people, more traffic, and more food attachment. So it's a win-win on both sides.
I can see it brings in consistent traffic consistently for coming in all the time for the same products. Yeah. Plus you have your amazing breakfast things. I think my favorite breakfast item that you have, I guess you can do it all day, but is the cinnamon crunch bagel. I mean, that to me is money. It's not only the bagel that you actually want to have in the morning, but it's a kind of a little sweet treat. So with a cup of coffee, it's just perfect.
No, I love it. Yep, absolutely.
And then I think with the loyalty program that you have, the My Panera, that's kind of tapped into that too, right? So it's not only just utilizing the subscription base, but you're actually growing your My Panera subscription as well.
Right. So to become a subscriber, to enjoy that value on coffee, you need to become a My Panera member, right? And that grew our base dramatically. We saw that over 30% of the people who subscribed were new to My Panera, right? And once they join My Panera, they become members of My Panera. We can talk to them one-to-one, given the digital tools that we have. And when we do that, not only, of course, we benefit, but they also benefit because they receive a more personalized treatment in terms of what we offer them and, our surprise and delight programs. So, so far so good. We continue to grow the program. And it's a true flywheel that we created pre-pandemic, but we continue to expand.
Awesome. And you've taken innovation and kind of led the industry in the fact that you had self-service kiosks were the first ones to do that, as well as utilize your tablets to actually place orders, or when you get into the store, you can actually put your information in. So you have contactless interaction with even somebody paying. So you were pre-pandemic already setting yourselves up for success. How did you think, or how did you see that actually transitioning when the pandemic actually hit? And do you think you had like a smoother transition than you even expected to have? Basically, you planned for it when not even knowing it was going to happen?
Yeah, no, look, we took, we took full advantage of the legacy digital capabilities that we have. And of course, things, are migrating from kiosks to, your iPhone, but, that's natural. What happened to our business, which was very dramatic, is that long-term trend of shift towards off-premise eating accelerated dramatic with the pandemic. So Panera became 85% off-premise, which for us was completely unheard of. Yeah. And yes, being digital savvy and have the a great app and a great experience digitally helped. We also try to increase or improve points of access and convenience for our guests. So we launched curbsides. We improved our app experience to be even more seamless during the pandemic. And our guests reacted to that, right? So, we have a channel like delivery growing, triple digits for us, like, growing 170% month on month, right? So those things surprised us in terms of how fast they happened, but I'm sure they were enabled by the digital capabilities that we had as a legacy.
Awesome. You kind of touched upon this, but my next question was around your loyalty program. So how were you, and you kind of mentioned it because you introduced the coffee to grow your legacy program or your My Panera program, but how do you differentiate the messaging to them versus trying to get new people to come in?
Right. Different parts of the media mix, they have different roles to play, right? So, once you are a My Panera member, we're going to interact with you in a way that's much more personalized. But at the same time, we're always trying to attract new guests, no matter, the funnel that we use. So we use like from, linear TV that you see an amazing sandwich and you want to come for the first time, to things like OTT, things like digital. Depending on the part of the funnel that you have and the level of relationship that you have with us, we use different tools to talk to you. And in the end, right? It's not one or the other. We have to talk to as many people as we can around the funnel. But then once they converted to become a My Panera member or a subscriber, then the relationship becomes much more personal. And we benefit from that, and so the guest does.
Awesome. When I think of Panera and how besides going on after like maybe Sundays after Mass, to go get my cinnamon crunch bagel, I used to use Panera a lot for catering because I had to go to client meetings, and I did a lot of lunch and learns, and that was just easy, it was perfect. I used to go to the General Motors office a lot, and they literally had a Panera inside their office. So it was easy just from a catering standpoint. But now that I'm sure that part of the business has declined, how are you guys going about tackling that? Because you still want that revenue, but what are you doing from an innovation standpoint to be able to still capitalize on people who maybe want to do it virtually or other means?
Totally. Yeah, Panera is the largest caterer in the market in the US, which is amazing. It used to be a big part of our business, and yes, it was very hard hit by the pandemic, right? So we did a couple of things to reinvent catering. Some of them very cool. We launched something that we call Panera Connects, which is if you are having a meeting with your team via Zoom, the leader of the call can have a virtual voucher and give the voucher to everybody around the call. People click, and the food will come to your house, around a certain time limit, and people are gonna eat Panera. That's what they're doing around the Zoom call, as if they were in a room, right? And that the digital voucher takes care of everything, pays for the foods, the tip, delivery fees, and all that. And if the amount that the person put on the voucher is not used, it's just returned to the person's credit card in a very seamless way.
Yeah.
So people are loving that because, even, now that we're going post-pandemic, a lot of teams are still working from home. That's going to stick. So that ability to have this connectivity and that thing that bonds people around, as simple as, all eating together, the same thing called Panera, is very interesting. So we did that. The other thing that we did is for people that are back in the office, we created this concept of Panera Day at Work. So there, it's a catering order, but instead of a group order that you put in a room or a meeting room, people can order individually. And then we group the order and drop the order in the lobby of the company, in your case, GM. And then people can go there and collect their food individually, go back to their workplace if they want by themselves, so they don't have to be close to people. So that's that's a combination of a catering concept and the delivery concept, but people can benefit from the delivery fees, which on catering that are better, right? So that reinvention, we are generating benefits with that. The business is coming back. It's still declining versus pre-pandemic, but we believe that catering is going to be back, but in a different shape and form from what it was before.
I can see that, especially from a sales perspective. Like I may have some people that want to go back into the office from clients, and I may have some people in that same office that only want to be at home. So now I can do both. I can satisfy both services. So I'm excited to try it up again and see how it goes. I just need to get people to go back into the office more. But either way, it'll be fun. Talking about food, since this is our conversation, I know you guys launched some new menu items, and something surprised me when I saw it. It was pizza. I don't really view Pandera as a place for pizza, but I mean, it makes sense, right? You guys are a bakery, you make bread, so why couldn't you just make some kind of flatbread or some kind of pizza factor? Can you go into how that even came about? Like mostly when I think Panera, I think sandwiches, soups, salads, not pizza really.
Yeah, to your point, our base is a lunch occasion around the soup, sandwiches, and salads, and it's completely fine. And we love this business, and we continue to grow this business. We saw an opportunity for us that our guests gave us permission to explore, which was a platform that we called Warm and Hearty, which is, as opposed to a typical lunch occasion, is things that are more dinner worthy, right? So they are, shareable, they're filling, they're warm. And there we have basically three platforms. We have pizza, which is the star of the show. We have warm bowls, so bowls with a protein and a salad, or something that complements the protein, and our mac and cheese that we are reimagining and in a very fun way and doing well. So when we came up with this logic, what we saw is that Warm and Hearty platform, led by pizza, generated a lot of new occasions for us. And right now, for instance, the fastest part of our business is dinner, funny enough, right? And we know that with the working from home behavior, people were eating later and skipping dinner and so on and so forth. So skipping lunch. So with dinner, we have this occasion that now we can participate that we didn't before. And things like weekends and Friday evenings that were not a Panera occasion, now they are becoming a Panera occasion. Weekends became as big as weekdays for us. So we're very pleased. It's already a big part of our business. Is the most incremental innovation we have ever launched at Panera, and attracting a lot of new people to the franchise. And with that, they discover what else we have, for instance, sandwiches, soups, and salads. So again, it's a little flywheel there. So we are pleased with the launch. More to come there, but so far so good.
Yeah. I think I read somewhere that you guys actually decreased 30% of your menu. We're probably like maybe minimizing it to try to really serve the proper times. And have you got any feedback from customers on it? Do you think they even really noticed? Or because like whenever I go to Panera, I always see that there's your seasonal items, so I know that there's always going to be change. But did you get any slack from your consumers about that, or they were just like, no? with the new stuff.
When you take things out of the menu, there is always someone that's going to be complaining. That's for sure. So we did that in the beginning of the pandemic. We took advantage of the crisis, and we cut a third of the menu to simplify our operations and to open space to launch things like warm and hearty, pizza, etc. Right? Surprisingly, given the magnitude of the cuts, a lot of the sales of those items, which is all tail items, right, on the menu, they stayed with us. So people continue to come, but eating something else. So it was a good thing. And we intend to continue to be simplified because, in the end of the day, there's always this tension, this balance of, how much, breadth you can offer to your guests versus the experience that you provide to them, right? And, as more focused we can be, the experience is going to be more consistent over time. And with that, the guests will be better served. So yes, we cut 30%, we will continue to be simplified.
I did notice also too on your menu that you have the value duets,
right,
which I thought was a good idea to try to bring people back in for that lunch time frame, because it's your grilled cheese and tomato soup, something that's, still that warm and hearty, but also something that can help you during that lunchtime. It probably also worked out really well during the winter factor too, right? Because it's so cold that people want to come in and maybe take a break from their work, their work time.
Totally, and to signal to our guests and to consumers in general that Panera can be, of course, an elevated experience because the quality of the food is crafted, the best ingredients, but it's also great value for money. So we have to convey that image of value for money. So you're paying a reasonable price for an amazing experience, and duets is one of those expressions, and doing well.
Awesome. Let's talk post-pandemic, or what you're kind of doing now. So I saw that you're redesigning your stores, and I think over what I read, there was about 45% of your stores are drive-throughs, and you're actually opening up 10, I guess, stores that are kind of like your guinea pigs in a sense, that they are your next generation cafes, which I thought was extremely innovative, specifically for the QSR category. Do you want to go into a little bit more about that?
Sure. Yeah, I'm amazed with your research. You got everything right. So well done. No, look, the way we think about the concept that we call next generation is the best of both worlds, right? Of course, the market shifted off premise, and of course, digital capabilities in the digital experience, are here to stay, and people want that, etc. So tick, right? And we are the leaders on that. However, given the nature of our concept, we're a bakery cafe, we believe that we can take that thinking, but add a very differentiated eat-in experience centered on our bakery expertise that we call bakery theater. And with that, those next generation cafes, they will be packed with technology and convenience. So dual lane drive-throughs, overhead, everything that you read everybody doing. But we want to double down on the experience itself. We believe that our cafes, they are the temples of our brands. They're the best manifestation of the Panera brands. And the Panera brand is about, this amazing place that you delight all your senses. Why? Because our ingredients are clean and fresh. The food is, curated by chefs, and we bake bread fresh every day on our cafes. So what if we can celebrate that? Instead of baking bread, for instance, during the night, as we do today, we're going to move that to the day. And then we have bakers, right? We have 3,000 bakers baking in front of the guests, interacting with them, and celebrating that craft of making bread and pastries and the things that we do super well. And suddenly you have an experience that's very interactive, and people can sample what's out of the oven during the day. Not to mention the aroma of a freshly baked bread during the day. It's it's the most probably delicious thing there is. So our next generation cafes are going to be packed with technology and convenience, but tripling down on that experience that manifests what the brand stands for. And that's what next gen is for us. We will open the first one, to your point, in November. in the St. Louis area. Is our home market. And from there, we're going to expand fast.
Wonderful. And I think what I saw too was that your dual drive-throughs, not only is it going to be, you're going to have one lane that's specifically dedicated for people who do off-premise ordering, right? And let's see any of the, what is it, like the Ubers of the world or something like that, to be able to get those people in and out as soon as possible. What went into that like decision making? Because I know sometimes when I've gone to Panera, sometimes it's a little bit slower than most QSRs, and I take it because the food is actually made to order. It's not just like pre-made ahead of time. Was that the rationale behind doing that is just because it may take a little bit longer if you just go through the drive-thru? So if you do it this way, it'll just be a little quicker.
Exactly that. So our value proposition is very different from QSR, right? You know, we make food for you according to your order, so it's made to you and fresh, and we let you customize heavily your order, so you can insert or take out whatever you want, so it becomes a much differentiated experience. But of course, there is a trade-off, which is because we're making from scratch everything that you order. Things are fresher, but it takes a little longer, right? What we learned with the pandemic, we knew that already, but it just accelerated, is a lot of people who order digitally. They prefer to order ahead so that they gain that time, that they're still driving to the cafe, and the food starts to get prepared. They show up and just pick up. So we do that today with rapid pickup or curbside. We're gonna extend that logic of order ahead to the drive-thrus. So that's the idea there. And you still have the drive-thrus that you show up on the window and you order on the spot. That's fine. It's going to be a little longer because the food has to be prepared still. But but that's the optionality that we give to our guests, and we believe is going to be very well received.
Yeah, I mean, right now I take my daughter to her dance class. While I'm waiting there, I place my order and then I go and pick it up. So I think as soon as that drive-through hits, I'm going to get it out there even faster. So I'm excited not having to actually go in and go get my food. So I'm looking forward to hopefully it comes into the Clemens, North Carolina location sooner rather than later. If you just put that on there as your little checklist, like which one we're going to do next. I'd be happy about that one.
You probably can do that today with curbside, right? If you order on curbside, you don't have to leave your car. You just stay there. People bring the food to you. We're just going to add drive-through to that experience.
Yeah, just makes it so much faster. So many more touch points that can actually be touchless, which is kind of interesting.
Totally.
As more and more states, actually, before we go into the next question, I want to make sure that people know that we're looking for questions. So if people want to put questions in to ask Eduardo, I'm more than happy to add your questions and outside just mine. Okay, now that I did that little portion. With more and more states lifting their restrictions, how do you foresee that impacting your drive-through? You said earlier it's 85% is drive-through or off-premise. Do you foresee that shifting heavily back the other way, or is it going to be more and more like what do you guys expect that to look like?
Yeah, so what we're seeing, and again, there are some states like Texas, Florida, that have been open for a while now. So we have those data points, right? What we're seeing so far is actually impressive, because we're seeing that the guests that came to us off-premise, they're sticking with us, as the guests that prefer to come and eating, they're coming back. So we are seeing that that demand that was created during the pandemic is sticking with us, even if eating and on-premise recovers. This is a data point that we have from Tennessee, Texas, Florida, and it's actually really encouraging for us. If we can stay that way, it's going to be amazing post-pandemic.
Awesome. This is actually kind of a question that's going into people are sending in stuff now, so thank you for doing that. But I do have another one. Panera's always been on the forefront of innovation in the sense that you were one of the first fast food QSR companies to actually put calorie counts on your menu. But you've actually done something recently around carbon footprints. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So we have a very well-established food belief system that we call food beliefs, and the umbrella concept on our food beliefs is food that you'll be proudly served to your own family. And there we have a bunch of pillars that we respect a lot, and we don't compromise. Clean, fresh, responsibly sourced, responsibly raised for animals and all of that. And that has been with Panera for a long time now, is part of our identity, right? We added a fourth pillar under food beliefs that we call respect for the planet. And on respect for the planet, we believe that we have a role to play as a restaurant provider to raise awareness to the carbon impact of what you eat, what you consume. So what we did is we partnered with the World Resources Institute, which is a think tank, and we created a label that's called Cool Foods label. And then that label flags the menu items that comply with the amount of carbon emissions that the World Resources Institute recommends, so that we can achieve collectively the Paris Agreement for climate by 2030. So right now, 55% of our menu is compliant. But the most important part is that we are creating this awareness. Say, hey, whatever choice you make, you are impacting the environment with your carbon footprint. And the idea to flag what is kind of under the threshold, and it's a very compelling idea, because we start to educate people about what they can do actively as consumers to help the climate change and the issue and the climate front. So it's Panera again being pioneers in terms of educating the public and taking the lead on a cause that we believe is important, climate change. And that's ongoing. You go to our properties, our menu, etc. You see the foods that you choose that comply with cool food labels. And we continue to do that and expand this awareness.
Awesome. I think other QSRs are definitely going to join on, and I'm glad that you guys are leading, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the next innovation that you guys come in that everyone else wants to jump on board. So that kind of leads me to my next question is, so now that we understand that, hopefully the pandemic will be over soon, what do you foresee as the consumer's behavior when it comes to interacting with the QSR industry? Are they going to stay the same? Or we kind of addressed this a little bit before, but what do you think that they're going to move forward with?
Right. Look, two things, right? One, some of the behaviors that changed because of the pandemic are going to stick. I think it's unlikely that we're going to see people working from offices the way they worked before, right? I think it's very unlikely. Of course, it depends on the industry and all that. But I believe that working from home is going to be a higher percentage of the workforce than before. So we are preparing ourselves for that, number one. The second is, with the pandemic, getting behind us, again, knock on wood, of course, people are rebuilding their routines and rearranging the way they want to live their lives. And of course, the working from home component is a huge component of that, because if you're not commuting every day somewhere, etc., suddenly your life revolves around a different center of gravity, right? Which is more your home than your office, right? In terms of hours that you spend there, etc. So we are prepared to serve our guests the way they prefer to be served. We believe that working from home sticks. We believe that off-premise sticks. But we also believe that people, when sometimes they will want an amazing eating experience that is high layered and interesting and has theater and is more than just like a soulless experience. And that's why we're creating Next Gen, when people want to have that eating experience also.
Wonderful. So I think it's time for our questions from the panel. So here's one. Are you adjusting your marketing and digital transformation innovations, or investing more in the 2 to 3 year span? I don't know if that makes any sense. I could try doing it again. But yeah, I guess the question overall is your marketing and digital plans, are they changing based on what you did? I I don't even know how to describe it because I don't really understand the question, but I'm going to rephrase this. Are you adjusting how you're doing your marketing from what you previously did before to what you're doing now? And do you foresee that as a 2 to 3 year innovation, or are you going to look beyond that?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I get it. The answer is yes. Again, to meet our guests where they are and how they want to consume Panera, we had to shift our mix. So as we discussed before, we try to be more, broader on our loyalty program with subscriptions that will continue. That's a shift from where we were before. The second thing is the way we're deploying our media across channels, and could be digital, could be traditional. We try to focus on a radii of 3 to 5 miles around each cafe, so that we create what we call like a density of consumption that is more profitable to serve, just because you have to travel less miles to get to that person, right? So we change our approach to be focused on the cafes. And when I say that, I say digital, social, sometimes traditional media like outdoors and billboards, but also on top of that, our loyalty program, talking to people that are members, and we have a more personal interaction. So those shifts are bringing results to us, and we believe that's where we have to meet those consumers. But again, we'll continue to learn and evolve the model as we progress.
Awesome. So you kind of touched upon this when you talked about the carbon footprint, but maybe there's other things that I'm not aware of that you can elaborate on. So the question is, what are Panera's corporate responsibility innovation? How is the company focusing on the purchase drive-through marketing?
So the question is about our corporate responsibility innovation.
Corporate responsibility, yep. And how are you focusing that on your purpose-driven marketing?
Right. Oh, very good. Look, again, we believe we have a higher purpose than just sell your lunch or dinner, right? And that commitment is part of our DNA as a company, and we're very proud of that, right? So we have amazing leaders in the company that lead this agenda for us. So some of those commitments, they are here, for some time, and we're keeping them and expanding them, like, clean ingredients, responsibly raised animals, selectively sourcing ingredients. All of that is in place, and we're adding respect for the planet as the fourth pillar, right? Now, those things are alive, right? They continue to evolve, right? So when you look to what we have to do next on that space with our company and our brands, two things are very important to us. One, the climate thing that I mentioned. The second one is the efforts that we're trying to do to progress the agenda of diversity, equality, and inclusion. For us, it's super important. I mean, as everybody else, we're behind where we should be, and we're trying really hard to close the gap and become a more inclusive place, and make Panera the place that we want the world to be. So we take it extremely seriously, and that's another pillar that we bring into life behind our ESG strategy.
Awesome. Oh, Emily is on. I think we are done.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to pop back in at the end just to thank you both so much. So appreciate you being a part of our CAN program virtually. Hopefully next year we can be back in person, but for now, we so appreciate you taking the time, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ceres. Thanks for the questions.
Very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Stay well. Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you to all of our speakers and moderators who joined throughout today's program. And we're so excited to continue with our virtual CAN program over the next 2 days. So we hope you all will tune back in tomorrow, Wednesday, June 23rd, for our day 3, starting at 11:20 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be hearing from marketing leaders from Planet Fitness, Headspace, T-Mobile, PepsiCo, and many more. So thank you again, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.